Alright, I think that's plenty of waiting. It's going to be a story that most people have already seen anyways, so let's head on to Section 8, the Queen of the Walled Village. Okay, no need to worry about building a competent team yet. That's nice. Alright, one day has already been wasted. Good, good. Ah. Damn sacred beasts. Of all the luck, running into a huge pack of them like this. It seems luck was not on our side today. I was hoping we could pass them by without incident, but oh well. I'm so sorry. I was so close to them that I ended up drawing my bow in fear. Don't worry about it. The blame is partly mine, for forgetting how it feels to hold a weapon for the first time. I'll need to re-evaluate both the technical and mental aspects of our training program. At any rate, the rest of you hurry back to the village. I hold them off here. But? No buts. We can't risk leading them towards the village. Besides, the more commotion we make, the more likely we are to be captured by the Lokapala we've been hearing rumors about. The Lokapala are said to serve God directly. They have incredible power in their own right. The moment they find us, it's over. We can't let that happen. I could manage on my own if it came to that, but if you or the village caught their eye, it would be disastrous. So I want you all to head back to Divala ahead of me, and don't forget the supplies we collected. But you can't possibly handle them all on your own. Don't worry, my plan isn't to defeat them all. I'll just be buying us time, and I am well accustomed to trials of endurance. Besides, I already told you. I am not human. I am something else. Something with the power of 1,000 ordinary people. A shadow of humanity who manifested in this land by the grace of the rightful gods. Alrighty then. I know this isn't the first time we've had to stay behind, but man, it sucks not being able to actually drive around in a vehicle. What's the point of even having it then? I don't know, you could probably use it to drive people over with a noble phantasm or something. Don't be ridiculous. If the enemy were to find and destroy the border, the jig would be well and truly up. Camouflage function or not, we still need to make sure we stay out of sight at all times. That mad dash we made to pick up the field team during the Kali Yuga was under the most extenuating of circumstances. There will be no repeat performance. Yeah, I was just grumbling. I know you're right on this one, Gordy. Oh, just a moment. Do you think you can stop and hide in that tall grass over there? Yes, I'll set the Autonax to silent mode. Please be as quiet as you can, everyone. Why does the Autonax have so many different modes and that has nothing to do with gameplay or anything else? Silent mode. What are you, a phone? Phone? Ah. It was almost like watching a sacred beast parade. Luckily, they don't seem to have noticed us. Let's stay here and wait for them to pass. They're certainly very pretty to look at. No wonder the people here call them agents of God. They really are just like any other animal without any color around, huh? I wonder what they eat. Maybe we could use food to tame them? They're gone. Good, then let's get going. It shouldn't be much farther to our destination village. Oh. I see something. That must be it over there. Thank goodness we didn't run into any trouble on the way. I like the wall they put up here. Gives the place a real freedom fighter vibe. The mayor of Pichu did say they go around fighting Kali here. If anything, I wouldn't be surprised if their village wasn't fortified like this. Come on, hurry. It's us! Open the gate, quick! Oh no, it's enemies! Close the gate! The enemies are pretty far away. Open the gate a little bit. I don't actually know how that quote goes, but close enough. Those people seem to be in an awfully big hurry to get inside. I wonder what that was all about. Looks like we were far enough away from them that they didn't notice us. But did you see? They may have only been modified farm implements, but they were still carrying weapons. They really do seem to be different from the people of Pichu. We may well be able to learn something new here. I think you're right. Let's go see. So nothing would possibly go wrong. They're not opening the gate for us. And they're not answering when we knock either. Hey, open the gate for us. I'll have you know most nations would be thrilled to have me pay them a visit. Let me see if I can hear anything from inside. What, do you have Ortinax mode? I've got nothing. Who was that? Is someone there? Oh no. Oh, this is it. They found us. We're done for. What do we do? What are we gonna do? How should I know? There's no way we can fight them off on our own. We'll just have to keep the gate closed until she gets back. I'm not sure why, but they sound very agitated. Oh, I've got a bad feeling about this. And my bad feelings about this sort of thing have a way of always being right. At least we know there are people inside. And since we're servants, we could probably just jump over the wall if we have to. Of course, just cause we can doesn't mean we... You there. What are you doing here? Foe? A servant reading. Well, it seems luck is with you today, master. Of course, we aren't yet sure whether this is a good or bad luck. Whoever this servant is, they're headed your way at top speed. Be on your guard. They just jumped clean over us and landed on top of the gate. There she is. Luck really is on my side today. It's a servant we've never met before. Well, that's too bad. It would have made things a lot simpler if you already knew each other. I hate getting chewed out by strangers. It's like 100 times worse when it's someone you know. What am I trying to say is this lady looks really pissed off at us, so maybe do something about that? That divine aura. Curses. Despite my best efforts, looks like you finally found us. You must be the ones who serve the false god. The Lokapala. Huh? I think you've got the wrong idea. Whoa, slow down. Us? The Lokapala? You must be joking. Don't lie to me. It can't be a coincidence that you've shown up now. Besides, I heard you planning to invade our village by jumping over these walls. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I'm sure this is just a misunderstanding. I only mentioned jumping the wall to rule it out as a bad idea. So you continue to lie to me. Very well, if you have finally learned of my existence, and the existence of this village that seeks to end the false god cycle, then so be it. More like Lakshmi Bay, am I right? I will run and hide no longer. If the time has come to fight, then I shall rise to the challenge. Prepare yourself, Lokapala. You will not be taking anything from me this day. Even if I must face a god, this time I will make sure to defend my home to the very end. Alright, I have no particular plans for this fight. But it is a real fight. Ignore that party, that has nothing to do with this. This would be an awful idea. Alright, so I happen to know that she's a Saber, go figure. So let's see what kind of options we have here. Still not gonna use William Tell, because NP5 he ain't. I don't need to do anything particularly fancy here, I don't think. Let's take the rarest 4-star servant to ever exist, pretty much. Let's see what we can do with that. So we wanna be busting, so let's figure out some kind of busting team. Well, if I'm busting, that means that every good team starts with a nurse. Gotta stay alive and all that. Step 2. I don't want to use any more archers, so it's clear who does all the work here. Busting. Ishtar works. Ishtar's bad, so doubly good in that sense. Hello. I don't even know what to place. Why are there no CEs that decrease like the innate star gather rate? So you could just slap one on a rider and it would become less problematic. Don't really have any good options. I want the booster team. Well, it doesn't involve Merlin because I don't play that. Sabers. Not really any good options here, are there? I mean, you're kind of blue, but I think that's fine. I don't think we actually need my back row. I don't know, just for flexing purposes, let's not have that. That's way too expensive. Fine, I'll have William Tell in the back row, just in case. It's not going to matter. At least that means I'll get the bond points for him. Shakespeare is bond 10, so I avoid him to my best of my abilities. Chen Kong can't come soon enough. I mean, I'm sure this fight isn't hard. So, Pepe's packing. Okay, let's start by buffing. So nobody gives any specific defense here for Fujino, so want to play it safe. That does generate me stars, but that's otherwise not very ideal. Need to save that for when I actually need a bigger amount of stars. Let's start with a Brave Chain. Can't even blame me for Peperoncino being called Pepe. That's on someone completely different. Oh, that's crit damage. It could be bad. Considering how much is this? Yeah, this is like a 2k damage cut. That would have done some real damage here. I need to play around. I think I do need to play around an NP here, so I should make sure to have Nightingale at Nightingale. We'll go with that. Oh, I forgot Nightingale has the updated animations, and I enjoy that. The optimal strategy here is throwing a bait at someone. That's good stuff. Alright, we have some NPs ready to go. Perfect. Well, not perfect, but good enough. Lakshmi Bai has no NP charge, so I should be good here. I think it's fine if I just if I just NP here. I don't think that's even gonna break the bar yet. Oh yeah, no, absolutely no. Not even close. Jesus Christ. Fujino has like no MP damage without buffs. The solution, of course, is to have buffs. Alright, now here's the problem. I'm going to take massive damage. I think Fujino will be fine if I heal her. Have that on Ishtar. Ishtar will stun herself after this. And the evade on Nightingale, and that should work. Now we can witness the part where I made a horrible miscalculation and Fujino is dead. And I'm also electing to trust the Nightingale to break this bar right now. I will be mildly upset if that does not happen. I forgot Nightingale Pledge also heals. Good job, I wasted that heal. See, we can't possibly be evil. We brought a bed with us. Oh. She doesn't actually NP. That's an extra attack. Okay, never mind, I'm stupid. Other than that, let's set up some defenses and all that good stuff. Oh well. This is why it's perfectly fine that this isn't a hard fight. If this was actually a hard fight, I might get punished for misplaying. Luckily this is not a difficult fight, so I can use some less than ideal servants. That was a pretty respectable amount of damage though. Alright, this is looking pretty good. I hope I actually get up to NP here. Fujino doesn't have that great of an NP gain. Please attack Fujino this turn. Please. Of course not. Okay. Okay. But however, that's exactly as I planned. I get the 20% charge. Let's go. And that's like every single buff I can possibly get on Fujino except for the instant enhancement from my comment code. This should be enough. I'm not sure why I think this is enough. She also has like a 30% defense buff up, I think. Yeah, that wasn't enough. I still can't believe I only got NP1 Fujino. Instead I got double Saber Shiki. I shouldn't complain about that, but that wasn't exactly cheap either, so... Alright, that was easy. Now that we have violently beaten her down, we can be friends. That's how it works. Anime writing at its finest. Wait a second. They translated Tevar as something different in the actual dialogue, didn't they? I forget what it was, but it definitely was not Tevar. Huh. Alright, next up it looks like it's random garbage, so... We'll just take in the Bond team and all that. I think I'll actually... gonna do it like this. And Barbari is such a high Bond here that I'm just gonna have William Tell here gathering Bond points for me. We'll probably have something on Rama then. That should do. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away. Yes, I'm aware. I'm well aware indeed. The Foxwoman is up to something, isn't she? Then if I may, allow me to tell you something. Something of great importance. Oh, no. Of course I would leave the decision of what to do with this information entirely in your capable hands. All I would humbly ask of you is your attention. That said, I must stress that depending on how things turn out, matters could grow very serious indeed. Why, what if my colleague, one of the foreign guard's disciples ostensibly sent here to help you, were to become the very sort of thing you cast out of your world? And that's all we got. Alright. Please, listen to us. The Lokapala are our enemy as well. We only came here in the hope of finding allies who could help us fight against them. Talk is cheap. I've lost track of how many times someone claiming to be my friend betrayed me. Hey look, she's back, and she's fighting to protect us. We're saved. Then those are Lokapala. Damn it, they finally found our village. Please, my lady, help us. The Lokapala showed up right after we got back to the village. We've been barring the gate and holding out until you arrived. There, you see? I knew you couldn't be trusted. What did I tell you? Misunderstandings only invite further misunderstandings. I've seen this sort of thing before. Back in the clock tower. No, all of my life really. I would look around one day and realize everyone had forsaken me, even though I didn't do anything wrong. Well, maybe that's not entirely accurate. There was this one time Sorry, hon, but your life story is gonna have to wait, okay? The circumstances being what they are, she doesn't seem to truly be trying to kill us, but she's certainly very hard-headed. Her movements are as firm as her beliefs, it seems. Hey Rama, are you feeling this too? I am. It's faint, but she definitely has the air of a divine spirit. Maybe she's a pseudo-servant like you? Good grief. I knew India had an expansive pantheon, but that can't be the answer for everything, can it? One does not generally run into a divine spirit at every corner, so to speak. Forget that. How do we get her to listen to us? We'll never get anywhere if we don't clear up this misunderstanding. I can't seem to get through to her no matter what I say. Oh! Well, aren't you going to try to scale these walls? You'll need to do better than... Is that... It looks like something caught her eye. She seems to be looking at something far away. What's going on? Well, this is certainly less than optimal. I know you're in the midst of a battle, but I strongly urge you to take note of your surroundings, particularly what is behind you. Immediately. Behind us? Is it trash mobs? It's trash mobs. What? Sacred beasts? Huh? Wait, this pack looks kind of familiar. Are these the ones that passed us by earlier? Those were going in a different direction, and I'm pretty sure they didn't notice us at all. Maybe there's something here that lured them this way? A different group from the sacred beasts we encountered earlier, of all the times for them to show up. No, this is no coincidence. It only makes sense that the Lokapala would have the means to control them. They must be trying to make their way into a village and cleanse it, especially since one of our elderly died this morning. Be gone, foul agents of the false god. You will not be claiming our dead today. My. She does make for quite the striking figure, doesn't she? She certainly does. She must be the manifestation of a noble heroic spirit, here to guide the people of this place along the right path. Oh wow. What happened? Did something knock her off the wall? No, it looked to me like she just sort of lost her footing. Now she's wriggling around where she fell. It looks like her feet are stuck in some hole in the ground. Curses, I can't believe I fell right into one of the pitfalls we dug to prepare for the next Kali attack. Give me a moment, I'll be out of here in no time. Looks like they're pissed off about all the dramatic tension evaporating, though I could just be projecting there. We can't let the sacred beast hurt her while she's incapacitated. Let's take them down and keep her safe, Master. You know it. Get him, guys. Oh! Wow, amazing. As a completely useless status update, the ice hockey match has reached the end of the first round, or whatever the hell you call it. And Finland is leading 2-0, I suppose. That's neat. Alright, so here we have double Daven and a Uchichisravas. Shouldn't be problematic at all. Bustin'. Well, yeah, that's what Finland does. You know, except most of the time. I can't say I'm a huge hockey fan or otherwise. I'm not particularly into sports, but it is a national pastime, so I have to at least pretend I care. I don't know, I think it's funny that I don't particularly like streams that involve people talking about sports, and here I am talking about sports. Have fall I've fallen. Actually, I think I'll just clean up with Karna here instead. This isn't actually gonna do all that much, but oh well. Actually, I disagree, because he does get the Holy Trinity of buffs, so that's actually fine. Alright, is this the first Garuda we've seen? I think it is. And of course another Davon and Uchishrovas. I think I'm gonna use Rama to remove the Garuda. I think it should be fine. This thing is counts as demonic, I think. Or I'm completely wrong and doesn't. Anyways, I suppose that would be the first Garuda, so let's have a look here. What do we have? Party-wide 10% crit radar. And removing 10 crit stars. Thanks, I hate it. Also, Rama didn't do all that much. Well, now I feel like a right fool. And the NP extra damage to evil and 50% NP damage down for one time. Okay, mostly annoying. And to absolutely nobody's surprise, they prioritize attacking evil servants. Probably shouldn't have actually attacked the Garuda here, because Nesha can clean up anyways. Yeah, it looks like the Garuda have the demonic trait. I'm surprised Rama didn't completely obliterate it then. But let's actually do the Brave Chain with Rama here. I have a decent amount of stars, and I can hopefully get rid of the Uchishishravas. Oh yeah, there we go. That's better. Alright, now I have a few turns to get rid of Davon. Yeah, might as well go with the full Brave Chain. No crit ups or anything for that, but oh well. I mean, Nesha does have a crit up, but it's not from any of the skills I could have activated, so... That's a big brain play right here. Just wait until there's only one enemy and then use the AoE NP. Nesha is starting to look kinda bad, but the god should make it fine. Guess I'll just take the NP. Oh, that removes buffs, okay. Exactly as planned, except it wasn't planned at all, and I spoke too soon. Whoops. Right, better finish this up before Karna and Arjuna kill each other. Alright, did I get a useful drop for once? Actually, yeah, the feather is actually good. I need a few more of those still. That's pretty okay. All hostiles in our vicinity eliminated. Well done, everyone. Well, now do you understand we aren't your enemy? Yes, I do. I'm not so foolish as to insist otherwise at this point. I see now that I was gravely mistaken. No one who would fight against the sacred beast could possibly be allies of the false god. I disagree. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter because we could in fact just jump over the wall and all that, but in theory, we could be trying to get your attention to how we're definitely not allies of the false god. I'm truly, sincerely sorry, and I thank you for your assistance. Please, tell me why you have come here. No, on second thought, it's only right that I tell you about myself first. Yes, you have a point. Alright then, let me first ask you this. Are you a divine spirit? Yes and no. I am a servant, but right now, a goddess resides within my body, sharing her power with me. When I was first summoned to this land, she was already there inside me. There have been plenty of cases where a divine spirit would inhabit a person from the past to become a servant. And since heroic servants are technically people from the past, I guess it makes sense that a divine spirit could inhabit one of them too. Though I definitely haven't heard of many cases where it happened quite like this. I expect it's because this god and I happen to share the same name. I believe having words, sounds and names match is very significant when it comes to magecraft. Then again, I was originally given this name in the hope of receiving her blessing, so perhaps it isn't much of a coincidence after all. You don't say. Okay, that makes sense. So what is that god's name? Lakshmi. And I am the Rani of Jhansi, a land which once existed in India, who was named for her. My name is Lakshmi Bai. I will restate that, more like Lakshmi Bay. I don't think people actually use Bay that often anymore. Should stop letting my inner boomer showing up every single stream. Fo. Lakshmi Bai. I would like to think that anyone would be a bit embarrassed to recount the history of their own life. No matter how proud of that life they may be. So that's why Holmes has been so unusually quiet. Alright then, I guess I'll... Lakshmi Bai is a hero from 19th century India, known for her role in the Indian Rebellion. Oh, and thanks for jumping in, Captain. Why don't you take it from here? Despite being born to royalty, she took up a sword and led a small rebel army in order to protect her nation of Jhansi. She was known far and wide for her leadership and charisma. At the time, revolts were breaking out all across India, under all manner of different circumstances. When one small state tried to revolt, the neighboring nations would often end up siding with the British, isolating the rebels and cutting them off from working with like-minded people in other regions. But the Jansi rebels managed to hold out till the very end. And it was all thanks to the exceptional leader, Lakshmi Bai. I wouldn't call myself exceptional. I was just flailing around trying to hold everything together as best as I could. Between Kungwa Singh, Tatya Soap and many others I could name, there were no end of leaders more talented than me. All that aside, you sound like you know a lot about our struggle. Are you Indian yourself? I'm nobody, just another nameless. It doesn't matter where I'm from. I'm done now. Over and out. While we're at it, we should probably also go over your divine spirit, Lakshmi. Though I'm sure Ganesha and Rama know a lot more about her than I do. In Indian mythology, Lakshmi is known as the goddess of fortune, prosperity, beauty, and the consort of Vishnu. Right. That's right. Then, could it be? I am an avatar of Vishnu, and Sita an avatar of Lakshmi. Sita, are you in there? I'm sure if you are, I'll be able to feel your presence. I'm guessing this is clear to all of you as well, given that her grip on my skull is strong enough the bones are starting to crack. But unfortunately I sense no trace of Sita inside her. Brilliant. Rama is looking for Sita inside other women, which is a completely normal and natural thing to do, I guess. Who is this man, advancing on a woman he's never before as if to propose to her? Do you mind if I break him? No, go ahead. I understand how you feel, but please go easy on him. Rama has his own complicated history. I see. I suppose I can't blame him for misunderstanding. I should have been more precise. The goddess Lakshmi exists within me more as a power source than anything else. I can barely sense her consciousness at all. It's almost as though her heart has been implanted in me to provide me with energy. I doubt my output can measure up to that of an unadulterated divine spirit. I like how Lakshmi still hasn't let go of Rama's skull. So I'm afraid I'm not a manifestation of the goddess Lakshmi, so much as my core is that of the human, Rani Lakshmi Bai, with small elements of the goddess. Then, Sita really doesn't exist inside you, as I suspected. Right, of course she doesn't. Now that I think about it, if she had, I would have sensed her well before you introduced yourself. But I was not even able to tell that the deity within you was Lakshmi. You must have only her divine power and nothing of her consciousness. Ganesha didn't realize who you were either. Of course, that might be because he was never very close to you, seeing as how you're just as up there in the pantheon as his mom Parvati. Ganesha? Yes, now that you mention it, I do sense a divine presence inside you. One I would never in a million years have guessed by looking at you. Yeah, I know, but it's true, believe me, I've spent pretty much this entire time wishing all this were just some weird joke. And I am Rama, the king of Kosala. Surely, you've heard of me, as well as my beloved Sita. Oh, of course, there's not a soul in India who doesn't know your name. Forgive me, I thought you were just an unusually youthful young man who hadn't yet learned how to behave around women. Youthful young man. That's not unnecessary at all. Maybe now's a good time to share our side. Good point. We have a bunch of things we need to tell you about. Who are we? How we got here? What we're trying to do? It's a long story, but I hope you'll bear with us. And I think that about sums it up. Hold it. What about me? I thought you were saving the most important figure in our group for the end, so as to make a lasting impression. Yes, this is God of Music. Who I absolutely, positively, definitely didn't forget to introduce. Nope. As you can probably tell from his sheer girth, I mean, his dignified stature, he's our Commander-in-Chief, Star. Indeed I am. A stout build is the mark of a true elite after all. As the commanding officer here, I expect you to treat me with all due respect. I have one question for you. Are you British? No, I'm not. What about you? Me? Oh, that would be telling on. You got to get to know me better first. I suppose I can at least tell you that no, I'm not British either, though I did spend a good bit of time at the clock tower. Oh boy, well, there's one last person in our group I should introduce you to. Sorry Holmes, the jig is up. You can't keep hiding forever. I assure you I was doing no such thing. I was only waiting for a more opportune moment once things had settled down. Good day, Miss Lakshmi Bai. Sherlock Holmes, detective, at your service. Are you British? Yes, I am. Oh. The Indian Rebellion was, well, it was a war for India's independence against the colonizers, the British. And since Lakshmi Bai lost her life in that conflict, I imagine she has some strong feelings about it. Though I do get the impression there's someone else here with some connection to that. I wish I could say more about that, but I don't actually know anything about the Indian wars or any of such. Oh well, guess it's not my place to say anything here. I was only a few years old when that war broke out, so while I can't personally apologize for my country's actions... No, it's alright. I'm sorry, that was rude of me. There is little sense in my asking that. It's just an old habit, one I can't seem to shake. You have nothing to apologize for. It's not for me to say whether you should or shouldn't feel that way. Nor is it for me to say whether you should hold on to those feelings or try to forget them. All I can say for sure is that our country's histories are intertwined. Certainly neither of us can pretend otherwise. If this hadn't come up now, Ringo would no doubt have noticed the air of discomfort between us. And gone on to learn what happened between our countries for herself. Very doubtful, honestly. If there is any meaning to be found by having people from the past come together like this, besides the role we play as servants, of course, I suspect it lies there. Agreed. I will think of you as no more than a man by the name of Sherlock Holmes. Besides, under these circumstances, the more allies we have, the better. Then, does that mean you consider us allies? It was difficult to convince the people of Dival of the wrongness of the situation, but once I did, they agreed to work together to forge their own destiny. There we go. Dival. It's weird how the game has inconsistencies with translations like these. It's almost like more than one people translated different parts of the game, basically. I mean, that's just part for the course, but it's kind of dubious that not enough testing was put in here to go from Tevar to Dival. And I know I think fan translations have Devar, and I'm not sure if this is a real place that exists in India. I would suppose no, because this is so far from anything India at this point, but you know. Or I'm completely talking out of my ass, and Dival and Tevar are completely different locations. Their village here is now the base for all such like-minded people. Yeah, it's Japanese is complicated sometimes to transliterate because how things are written. A lot of puns basically work on that, and puns are awful to translate because of that, and I can definitely understand how this would happen, but it's weird that it's inconsistent mostly. The village here is now the base for all such like-minded people. As you are warriors fighting against God, just like us, I would be honored if you fought at our side. It's a deal. Foe! I guess the counterforce must have summoned you too. Have you been here long? Yes, I'd say it's been at least 10 days since I arrived. So that would be slightly before Yinako popped in. Then you must have been caught in the world's recreation a number of times. How did you survive? No. That's not... That's only once. If it's at least 10 days. That would only be one time. Because one cycle is 10 days and... Well, we've been here for one of those. God or not, remaking this entire law spell is a major undertaking. Arjuna wouldn't change how he goes about it just because a servant's been added to the mix. So long as he doesn't think of you as unnecessary or defective, I expect he'd just bring you back along with all the other people. It just galls me thinking how our very survival in this law spells is completely dependent on his absurdly arbitrary standards. It's natural for gods to be somewhat self-centered given their immense power, but Arjuna definitely takes it too far. Oh, speaking of which, you should know he's already got his eye on us. So if you join us, you're sure to wind up with the whole evil label, and you won't be able to survive the world being remade anymore. That's fine. It could only have been a matter of time before he took notice of me anyway. Besides, you have a way to evade the destruction, yes? So if it comes to that, I'll be counting on your help. You mean the border? Yes, of course you'd be welcome to join us in there. Wouldn't you? The border is the last bastion of hope for all of humanity. We can't just go letting any old servant we meet on it. Under ordinary circumstances anyway, but in this case I suppose we do have a fair handle on her true name and background. And it would be a shame to lose a valuable ally so soon after finding one. Very well, I'll authorize your entry into the border in case of emergency. You have my gratitude. Of course, ideally, I hope to be quite finished with this place long before he even uses that preposterous noble phantasm of his again. You said it, honey. Fortunately, he only ever does that at the end of the Kali Yuga. So it would be just peachy if he could put a stop to all this before then. So now that we've got a new ally and all, what's our next step? I've already got something in mind for that. There are risks involved, naturally, but the reward should be significant. Now that we're in the middle of the first relatively peaceful Yuga, and especially now that we have more allies, this would seem to be the perfect time to investigate one thing in particular. What's that? Remember that thing we've been wondering about ever since we came to this Lost Belt? It's the biggest, most mysterious thing here by far, and it's got to contain some useful information. Now, we want you guys to finally go and investigate it. God, Sky Boulder! I mean, if you think about it, we lost Nesha and we lost Karna. We got Jinako and we got Lakshmi Bai. That's basically the same amount we started off with. So that's kind of unfortunate in it. Anyways, that was chapter 8. Didn't even take too long. Okay, Gold Sky Boulder. This is actually just one. That's nice. What do we have here? Okay. Looks like trash mobs, so optimizing bond points it is. Maybe I should switch my team around a bit. Let's have full bond 7s going here. Just nab a bunch of random servants basically here. One 5-star servant is fine. Preferably, I guess they'd be AoE servants. Oh, let's do something like that then. We're going to take the worst goddamn servant to ever exist. Let's go. And another 5-star servant, I guess, to cap it off. Sure, bond 7. I don't need the back row anyway, so. This is somehow. The front row is basically assassins, alter egos count as assassins now, that are completely busted. That's nice. Right, the third Yuga of Peace. So you don't know what the Gold Sky Boulder is either then, Lakshmi? No, I don't. It was there when I was first summoned here, and it hasn't changed at all in the time since. At least I don't think it has. I haven't been watching it this whole time, so I can't say for certain. Well, I have been watching it this whole time, so I can. It definitely never changed. Since we haven't actually asked, you don't know what it is either, correct? That's right. I just noticed there was a big weird cube in this lost belt, and didn't think anything more of it. I mean, sure, I considered investigating it and getting rid of it in case it turned out to be something dangerous, since it's so bizarre and all. But I hadn't the slightest idea how to go about it, so I decided to just keep an eye on the thing. Not to mention, David told me I was better off leaving it alone. I vaguely remember David saying something about that, but I don't think he has actually seen the boulder himself. So I don't remember what specifically he said about it. I do remember that he vaguely mentioned that at some point. Don't dismiss something before you've seen its true nature, huh? True, if I did, I'd be no better than Arjuna. Okay, well, I guess that's what David said. Got it. It was the same with me. I didn't know what it was, so I couldn't do anything about it. I could see that giant tree and the cube no matter where I went, but I had more pressing matters to attend to. Rather than bother with something I knew nothing about, I figured my time would be better spent helping the people here who had been led astray by this unjust god. That is very admirable of you, but are you sure it's okay to leave that village unattended? They should be fine during the early Yugas, especially while there are barely any Kali around. They have weapons now, even if they were hastily assembled, and I've taught them how to fight as best I can. They should be able to handle themselves in a pinch. The only thing I'm worried about right now are the sacred... There. Okay. It's another pack of sacred beasts, master. Let's hide and wait for them to pass again. It's not just sacred beasts. There's something else there, next to the road. Wait, is that a person? I'm not picking up any vital signs. I'm afraid it's a dead body. Perhaps they died of disease. That's how you pronounce it. Disease. Or an accident. Why are you going over to it? Damn, we're too late. Okay. Shining. The body's disappearing. So you didn't know then that one of this world's mistakes, the sacred beasts purify the bodies of anyone who happens to die unexpectedly. My guess is the false god thinks dead bodies don't belong out in the world and wants them gone as soon as possible. I see. So if this world were a single entity, the sacred beasts are the white blood cells of its immune system. Since we can assume this world's god would be the head, the sacred beasts must be its macrophages, created to detect, isolate and remove any foreign elements. So then does that mean the Kali they fight are something like a virus? Most intriguing. Yeah, that's what I've been thinking about here for a while now. If Arjuna gets rid of anything he deems evil or defective, why are the Kali still here? I figured it had something to do with like, you know, they may be evil, but they are actually necessary for the world by creating more defects, basically. If they attack the townspeople and they get hurt, they are now defective and they can then be purged. But I guess there's something else then. Whatever the case, people are people. When they die, they shouldn't just be cleaned up like trash. Their karma should determine what they become in their next life. At least that's what my people believe. And that's what a true samsara cycle is meant to be. We cremate dead bodies to free their souls, and ensure they go on to their next life without issue. But here, as long as the sacred beasts are around, nobody will be able to hold a proper cremation. If this world has no respect for the journey of the dead, and no hope for those who are left behind, then it is nothing but a world of death. So that's why you were concerned about the sacred beast showing up in Divala. Because one of you elderly had passed away. Right, he was an old man whose time had come. There is nothing anyone could do about that. But I didn't want the false guard stealing our right to give him a proper farewell. You really helped us out there. Alrighty. They're finally leaving. If they haven't already spotted you, then I would urge you to hold back for now. You're almost a guard skyboulder, and I would very much prefer to avoid making a commotion wherever possible. I know, I would have stopped them if I had found the body first, but as things stand now, my only choice is to let them go. We should be okay now. I'm certain the sacred beasts can't detect us from this far away. Good, I'm glad I didn't have to sneeze while we were hiding. Let's go. Wow, I knew she was cool and collected, but I didn't know she also had such a charming sense of humor. Well, you know what they say, the peak of comedy is the unfortune of other people. This wisdom was brought to you by the Gacha gang. My, seeing it this close up really makes you realize just how big it actually is, doesn't it? Oh, I've got an idea. Why don't we take a little group photo to commemorate the occasion? Pepe? Was that a joke? Or were you just trying to avoid facing the reality of our situation? Either way, it wasn't funny. If you want a pic, go ahead and take all the selfies you want. Just don't come running to me if the whole thing turns into a jump scare. Foe. Oh, you guys are no fun. I was just trying to lighten the mood a little. So, these numbers we're seeing are accurate, right? Or sensors aren't on the fritz or anything, right? That's right. We made it to the area near the cube without a problem, but... Where did all this Kali come from? I thought there were barely supposed to be any during the Krita Yuga. I think it's the place, not the time. They're showing up as though they've just been here all along, rather than coming from somewhere else. Be that as it may, the sheer number of them is almost absurd. There are as many here as there were during the Kali Yuga, maybe even more. Hey, I've got an idea. Why don't we just run away? Seriously. You have a point. We can't investigate the cube with all these Kali around. Annoying since we just got here. If they surround us, we'll have nowhere to go. True, we can only take so many risks when it comes to safety, and there's certainly nothing to be gained by attempting to complete an impossible goal. We're getting out of here, now. Understood. We'll break through the Kali behind us and make a run for it. Awaiting your orders, Master. Okay, so what I'm getting from this is that the cube is somehow related to the creation of the Kali, because we're leaving now, and that's basically the only bit of information we got out of this. Alright, so we have one wave with eight monsters in here. Sure. Well, let's put this busting team to use here, I guess. Alright, Semiramis still has the command code stuck on her. From when I used her in the case files. Final boss fights. In news that are not related to whatever degeneracy this game is up to, Germany has evened out to a 2-1 currently. That's unfortunate. I think this is fine. It's about time we get to see Meiren's massive damage output. These are berserkers, so I'm sure she can handle it without any issues whatsoever. Oh wait, actually I can pop Sekiro Zoom here. Let's do that first to maximize that damage output. And I actually do want to fill out the NP courses, so let's go like that. Alright, show me the money. Show me that you were worth 7 grails. $120k with a 50% buster buff from Semiramis. Actually, I think that's I think it's 46%. Absolutely pathetic. It didn't even kill the final Kali without the curse damage. Sweet God. How did I only get 1? Meiren has serious issues and nothing, absolutely nothing can actually fix them. Until she gets big buffs. And no, the buffs she already has on JP does not actually fix her properly. Not enough. But like, even if I had NP5, I don't think she'd be good. But NP1 is just pathetic. Like, we're talking pretty much unusable. Well, I guess we can see what's... Wait, the cooldowns suck. But I think this is the play. Let's get the... Let's get the semi going here. Uh, at least Semi hits like a semi-truck. I'm not sure if I actually need that because for some ungodly reason I have like NP8 Passion Lip. But yeah, Yumeiden is so bad that even though she has multiple NP charges, which means that she has some theoretical utility for farming, I can't even use her for that really. That's how bad we're talking. Yay! My 13th arrowhead. I need 48 of them, that's 16 per skill. So I need 3 more. Okay, I think that's enough distance between us and them. I never imagined there would be that many Calicats out there. I expected it might be dangerous, but with numbers like that, adding one more to our ranks still won't be enough to fend them off. You don't have to rub it in. I wish my noble Phantas was capable of blasting them all away at once too. My apologies. I assure you I was not speaking sarcastically. I was merely reflecting on my failure to foresee a situation like this. I see, that's all. No, I'm sorry, I was being oversensitive. While we're on the subject, this seems a good chance to tell you this. Naturally, I will do everything in my power to accomplish our mutual goal. I have no intention of holding back. But I should warn you, for your own safety, you shouldn't expect me to come through when it really counts. I have never truly been able to accomplish the things I most wish to do. That is just my lot in life. Well, that's a strange opinion to have of oneself. Perhaps her failure to defend her country in life had a traumatic effect on her? Be that as it may, there is no doubt whatsoever that you are far more useful in combat than a detective in a remote location. So I hope you will continue to lend Miss Rinko your aid. Of course I will. I would be pleased if you trusted me on that much. At any rate, there really were a ridiculous number of Kali there. Lends the impression that it may be even more important to the slow spell than we thought. Indeed, it was as though those Kali were there solely to guard the sky boulder. The fact that we can no longer see them, after putting just a little distance between us and the sky boulder, would only seem to confirm that. I wonder what this could mean. For that matter, we still don't know what those Kali demons actually are. I'm guessing Holmes is probably right in that they're like a virus infecting this world, in opposition of the sacred beasts. But still, we have not the slightest idea what they are, where they come from, or where they go. I don't know either, but I can say they're not any ordinary kind of creature. Given that they stick around even after the world is remade, maybe Arjuna uses them as a means to determine who is worth preserving. That's exactly what I said. Or maybe they just remain here out of necessity. If it's the latter, that would mean they're a crucial part of the stage Arjuna uses to run this world. So if we defeat him, maybe they'll all just go poof? I guess this means we've just got to figure out what to do about Arjuna. At least, we now know that the guard's sky boulder is protected by vast numbers of Kali and can't be approached lightly. It may not be much, but it is more than we knew before. In the meantime, I suggest we return to Dival and plot our next course of action. Alrighty. Another 2 arrowheads. One more and I can upgrade 1 skill. out of 3. I feel very uncomfortable not having all my servants at 999. Anyway, so next up we have Section 10. Guards Commander. Unfortunately, I know exactly what's going on here, so... Oh boy. Things are about to get spicy. Not in the story, mind. Anger. Fury. Rage is all I've got. Goddamn bastard. Servant memories are weird. It doesn't matter if they're from before your current body's age or after. Everything that ever happened to you while you were alive comes flooding into your head all at once. They're simultaneously your own memories and the recollections of a complete stranger. Facts you know to be true, and lies no more real than a dream. I think that's why I remember. Why I know what I once did. I remember the end of the war, when I heard that Richard Jumna's cowardly plot had succeeded, that my father had been killed. I remember when I heard that Pima had cheated to inflict a fatal wound on Durarjana, the oldest of the 100 Korava princes. Everything inside of me vowed then that I would make them pay. Rage. I saw I would exact revenge on them by any means necessary. So I chose to sneak in under the cover of night and murder all of my enemies in their sleep. You think that cowardly, criminal, an affront to all that is good and just? I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I was so angry I didn't care about anything else. I think that's when I threw away everything in me besides fury. I let my fury swallow me whole, until I was nothing more than a beast, a vessel of pure rage. To put it another way, that was the moment when Aswathaman became no more than anger incarnate. So of course, the peaceful scenery of the Krita Yuga only infuriates him. The sweet scent of pollen, the sun's gentle rays, the birds' happy chirping. His only response to it all is to grow even more enraged. Everything he sees and doesn't see makes him angry, but the things that anger him most are those he sees both constantly and never. He is always angry. Always. There we go. That takes care of the lost, out of season Kali. Guess you can't even go through the Krita Yuga without running into at least one. You know, there were always some dumb beasts up in the mountains who'd forget to hibernate for the winter too. I'd always hunt them whenever I happened to see one. There's no telling what sort of trouble a dumb beast could get up to. Yeah, everything about Aswathaman just screams berserker. But no, he had a bow. A bow that would, if ever used a second time, be bad. So he's never going to use the bow, and therefore that makes him into an archer, like... Under no circumstances will he ever use it, therefore he's an archer. Checks out, really. Clearing away otherwise unfair or impossible obstacles is just part of the job. Thank you for saving me, God. It showed up so suddenly, I haven't been praying since it's still Krita Yuga. Nah, don't worry about it. And I'm not a god. Just a hired hand. Eh? Oh, sorry. You don't have to worry about that either. Anyway, you did great holding it together. I'm proud of you. Ah, best dad. Oh man, I can't believe a god is patting my head. Are you a god too? Oh, wait. Is this Hikashide's writing? I think this is Hikashide's writing because if I remember correctly, Hikashide likes to write Needs and also headpads are the ultimate form of showcasing love. Kind of like hand-holding. If I got the name wrong, sorry, I'm bad. But that's one of the obvious tells of who's writing the story at any given moment. Admonishment, you are late for the meeting. I had no choice but to come get you. Whoops, is it that time already? Sorry about that. Well, see you later, son. Oh, bye. Thank you again. Do you like kids? Who can say? Hey, sorry I'm late. I cannot believe you made me carry you with my wind fire wheels. Well, I had a great time. Thanks for the thrill ride. Yours. A lot of those thrills were more chills at the idea of showing up here late. I'm just a regular guy. I'm not nearly important enough to keep a mythological hero waiting, let alone a god. Advice, there is no point saying what you do not mean. Besides, you're something of a mythological hero yourself now. Anyway, I hate to steal the spotlight after showing up late to the party, but I got something to discuss. I was hoping Aswataman could help with this, but I guess he's not here. Answer, I cannot predict his actions. Our master allows him to act freely, thus I have no intention of picking him up. Yes, I'll just have to talk to you guys about this then, if that's alright with you. Anyway, I just noticed a little while ago that there's fewer sacred beasts in my area than there's supposed to be. Weary, you think it is them? Probably. I'm guessing that they have a way of surviving the big guy's noble phantasm. Don't you find it interesting, seeing how you overcame death yourself? But don't be ridiculous. That's just reconstruction. Has nothing to do with the concept of death. Couldn't care less about it. So no, I don't find it interesting. Besides, I'm sure that guy they already knew. He just didn't say anything. Well, yes, that's true. It is almost certainly the case that they managed to escape to a safe zone. But regardless, the fact remains that interlopers who would interfere with the guard's sandbox, I mean, his beautiful reign, have survived. And that strikes me as a grave problem. A very grave problem indeed, no? There, as you can see, he agrees with me quite vehemently. Indeed, as Lokapala whom he personally embedded with divinities. Surely you understand that much without the likes of me spelling it out, no? Now then, what do you plan to do about this? Well, I've just been planning to point Aswataman in that direction and let him go nuts. But if he's not here, he must be off on another job. Yes, that he is. I believe he's dealing with a little unfinished business on our end. Guess that means we'll just have to take care of this ourselves then. Proposal, I will go. Not only do I have time to address the issue, but I also let them escape once. I will finish this. Want some help? No need. Great, less work for me. Just to be perfectly clear, I'm not going either. I've got plenty keeping me busy. Response, I never expected you to come. Departing now. Wind fire wheels. Whoop. What a go-getter she is. How wonderful. What a pleasure to see such world-class mobility in person. I'm sure you won't let us down, Kubera, Regent of the North. I finally have another chance. I have changed since then. Resolution? I will not let them get away this time. Oh boy. Damn, so we can't even get close to God Skyboulder. And here I thought this would be your big breakthrough. I was hoping we would find a way to take Arjuna down there. So much for that. I knew it. I knew this wasn't gonna work out. It never fails. On the rare occasion I ever try to actually put a little effort into something, I just end up getting reminded of what a failure I am. That's pretty much me in a nutshell. Waste of space. It's not your fault it didn't work out, Ganesha. None of us expected there to be that many Kali here. Exactly. Moping won't do you any good, hon. Let's try to stay positive, okay? There are limits to that. Can't stay positive when everything's sad. And getting past those limits is what separates the children from the grown-ups. It's like remembering to be grateful for the things you already have. That's a pretty important ability in my book. Fo. For my part, I was essentially fighting this battle alone until all of you came along. Now there's a chance, even if it's just a small one, for us to go on the offensive. I think that's progress in itself. Why don't we rest up for a while? Maybe that will help a good idea come to us. Lady Lakshmi, welcome back. Thanks for standing guard. Anything to note? No, everything's been the same as usual here. I see you're all armed here unlike Ajay and the other people in Pichu. I guess those rumors about you fighting the Kali off instead of just praying were true. You must be Lady Lakshmi's companions. Yes, that's right. I'm afraid Lady Lakshmi had to explain it to us many times before we understood, but eventually we realized that there's something strange about this world, that we didn't like it here. This has been the way things are for as long as you've known. I'm sure it wasn't easy to see them differently. I think I once had someone I loved more than anything, but I can't even remember their name or their face. Whoever it was must have been killed by a Kali in a past yuga. Anyone who Arjuna considers defective, unnecessary or evil disappears when a new yuga begins, as if they never even existed. But it makes sense that it would be exceptionally complex to adjust every single parameter in the world that pertain to the people who disappear. I guess not even Arjuna can completely erase their remnants, the holes they leave behind in the hearts of the people who cared for them. Some of us realized they lost someone when they saw the gifts their loved one gave them in their homes. At first it only feels like something is vaguely off, but in time you start to remember them more clearly, especially if they left behind any letters, which some did. Oh my, that's surprisingly careless of him, leaving behind so many physical records like that, although maybe Koyanska is the one behind sadistically cruel touches like that. Certainly wouldn't put it past her. Man, only being able to half remember someone you care about sounds rough. That is way worse than Asha just forgetting about her dog. Yes, it's painful not being able to remember someone who once meant so much to you. Unbearably so. That's why I decided to fight back. I think everyone else in our village more or less feels the same. Lady Lakshmi is the one who taught us how to fight. Any friends of hers are friends of ours. Please, come inside. We don't have much, but you're welcome to... I appreciate the kind offer, but it's better if we stay out of your village for now. Indeed. Oh, don't misunderstand. We're very happy to accept your invitation. But we can't very well bring along another guest who was definitely not invited. Update. Target spotted. Nesha. Warning, do not call me that. You may know another Nesha, but I am not her. Yeah, she's right. That isn't the Nesha you know, but the one we came here with. She is still Crown Prince Nesha, Marshal of the Central Altar, but this one serves Arjuna as one of his Lokapala. But that is one of the false god servants. The rumors I've heard say they like to brag about how he shared his divine power with them. Affirmation, yes, he has given each of us one of his many divinities. If he is a false god, then so are we. Conclusion, that is all I need to know. If you refuse to obey his laws, then I cannot stand idly by. You know, idly. Assertion, divine punishment is required here. I guess we can talk this out then. Alright, Peperoncino, this is your time to shine. You said she ran off to pursue you back at the mountain where we found Ganesha, yes? Then your job is to draw her attention away from us once more. I'm pretty sure that's not gonna work now. Last time she didn't see you guys as a threat. I don't think that's the case anymore. Affirmation. That man is no longer my sole target. You are now all equally high priority targets. I will not let any of you escape. See? But why? Even if you are a different aspect of her that was summoned, or were embedded with a divinity, you're still Nesha, right? And the Nesha we knew always had a strong sense of justice. In this world, the only measure of something's value is whether God deems it worthy or not. He's the sole arbiter of what should and should not be. I think that's inherently unjust. It disparages the value in feelings, memories, life and death alike. So then, how can you? Oh my, that was certainly heartfelt. She really has learned how to express her anger. You are a product of mankind's arrogance and rationalism, so while I'm glad to see such emotion from you, it makes me a bit nervous. Your innocence was your greatest source of strength. Once that's gone, what will you have gained instead? Nesha, please tell me something. What do you think of this world? Answer unnecessary. Commencing attack. Get ready to fight back. You've got it, Master. I can't let you return to your false god now that you know about our village. Prepare to die. You do realize saying stuff like that totally makes you sound evil, right? Anyway, Nesha's a figure in Journey to the West and the investiture of the gods, right? I think some people also call her Nasha? Oh man, I can't believe I'm against someone so famous. But then again, I guess Ganesha's right up there too, huh? Right, fine. I'll just put in a Pico effort like usual. Pico effort? It's a word I came up with. It means my unusual willingness to try, my usual hopelessness, my wish to avoid responsibility. It's basically all sorts of feelings rolled up into one big old mess, okay? Get with it. Okay, so this isn't quite the real fight yet, but it's coming up. So for this one, I'm just going to take Lakshmi Bai with me, just for fun. Not gonna have many opportunities to showcase Lakshmi here, I think, because I don't have her. And I doubt my actual support list has that many Lakshmis around. So this is, I think, this is just a survival, basically. How's that? 6 stacks of evade. Alright. Fine by me. Of course they would have Lakshmi's third skill be level 8. I mean, I know it's standard for all the other support options as well, but that means that she's not actually consistent. That is awful. Anyways, turn 1, you can feel free to attack passionately. That is completely fine by me. I'm not sure why I'm even trying, because I already know I'm going to win. Just by surviving. Huh. I see. I guess Nasha would be considerably closer to being correct then if I were to stick to actual proper pronunciation, but unfortunately I am not good at pronunciation, so Nesha it is. Nesha kind of sounds awkward, I guess. Well, time to put that big EU damage in the use, I guess. There is no big EU damage. Okay, the audio got bugged out, I guess. Neat. Lovely. I'm not really sure what causes that, but I guess it's not a big deal. Has 6 turns gone yet? No? Okay. I guess I'll just have the invincibility on Lakshmi, so I don't accidentally end up wiping out somehow. And at least we get to view the NP. No audio bug. Okay. 12,000, huh? That was without, like, any buffs. And in fact, debuffs even. Okay, I kind of got saved by that, huh? I didn't actually know that was coming, so, whoops. Whoopsie. And that's the end, I guess. Yay, bond points. Well, largely looking at what's going on in the next fight, it looks like there's no stuff like that. But oh boy, here we go. This is the first serious fight. And I'm actually going to... Let me see if there's a Ganesha somewhere in here that I can use. If I can't find one, I'm going to use the support one instead. Alright, wait, was that a Lakshmi? No. Alright, so that it is. Alright, now I need to actually plan. I need to confirm something real quick. I said I need to confirm something really quick, please, thank you. You're annoying me. Oh, damn it. I'm seriously not allowed to loop. Fine. Internet, help me out. Yeah, okay. That's exactly what I thought. Brilliant. So I have a definite plan here. My plan is going to involve some ninja action. Alrighty, and I'm going to take Leonidas. Thinking how I want to do this actually, because I need to get to 100% after the first turn. And I'm not sure if it works out this way. I'm gonna have to use a K-scope, I think. I'm not going to use the super scopes if I can avoid it. I guess I can have one hit evasions on these. That should be good enough to stave off any possible NPs. Doesn't really matter which one. Alright, so this is my starting plan. And that leaves me with 2 servants to actually deal with Nesha properly. Because the start part is basically just set up. I didn't actually plan far enough in terms of what I'm actually going to use here. So let's see what my options are. Is there anything abusable in Nesha's stats? Rate rather. Not really. That is female. I can confirm that Nesha is in fact female. But I don't think that's how I'm going to play this. Is that how I'm going to play this? Actually, what if I make the main attacker here actually be this one? Because that would be fairly lore compliant. Not that, just the super grail, I suppose. And then I need a faster support, as usual, so Nightingale's up. Now where is... Alright, so this is what my team looks like. Gonna have to use the plug suit. Now we just have to hope to actually get good card luck so I can get... Wait, no, I don't. This is consistent actually. Shit, this is good. Alright, let's go. First we have story, of course. How can she have so many noble phantasms? What's going on here? I don't think those are noble phantasms. They're probably Baobei depicted in the investiture of the gods, so I can understand why she has them. But the Nesha we know has never exhibited this kind of fighting ability. There's something else going on here. She did say that Arjuna shared one of his divinities with her. I suspect the key lies there. This is no natural divine spirit amalgamation like we've seen with Sitonai. This is a case of divine elements simply being fused into an existing being. As difficult as it may be to believe, if one of Arjuna's divinities is truly able to coexist with a certain spirit origin, that would indeed explain this remarkable increase in her power and abilities. Assuming he gave her one of the Lokapala region's tasked with defending different directions, I'd say Kubera's probably at the top of the list of possibilities. Kubera's the god of wealth and treasure. So that would explain why she has such an abundance of power now. I've never heard that name before. Not well known in your neck of the woods, huh? Trust me, he's a very important god in India. There are all sorts of stories about him, but they all agree that he was the guardian of the North. He was also known as the Danyapadi, the Lord of Wealth, as well as Vaisravana, son of Vishrava. Though in Japan he might be better known as Tamonden or Bishamonden. Oh well, Bishamonden's coming in like a few weeks. Kinda, sorta. Alright, fair enough. Bera. I think he was Ravana's half-brother. As I recall, he battled Ravana, only to lose both the fight and control over the island of Lanka. And in that case, he has some connection to me as well. Or rather, to Sita. Also, oh, maybe that's why he's such a good match for Ned. Request, shut up. There is no need to explain. We are here to fight. Still, I will tell you one thing. The divinity of the god of wealth does reside within me. Declaration. Therefore, this can only end in defeat. Oh cripes, another OP item? How fair. She's decked out in legendary gear, and I'm still on my starting equipment. No you aren't. Your starting equipment is a statue. Gods have immense power far beyond ordinary beings. That's what makes them gods. If this Nesha really has been given a divinity, it would definitely explain how she got so absurdly strong. But it's so sad, I can barely stand to watch. Ominous. Okay, so this should be going on YouTube because this is an actual fight. No effect? Oh, because I already have the evade. Okay, that's slightly wasted. That's fine. So my plan here is I'm going to set the taunt for Leonidas. And then I'm going to have various servants around here. Are going to take the time. Actually, I probably should have done this in a slightly different order, but that's fine. Use targetable defenses, so Nesha can't actually hurt me. Let's also pop that. And so why not? This isn't exactly a stall build or anything, but I'm also taking it slow because for the beginning of the fight my damage is decreased by 70%, so I'm not doing any reasonable damage. Instead, what we're seeing here is overload. And we want to make sure that that's not a problem. So Nesha's going to get rid of the first bar for us just by us standing here, and that's the entire point of this plan. The Berserkers at this point in the game hit absurdly hard, so I don't want to be dealing with all these buffs here. I think there is a risk somewhere in here that I don't necessarily appreciate. But also, yeah, there's nothing to worry about now. I think this is just gonna work. Alright, triggers each turn. I think that's the stun. That's the most dangerous effect here. It hitting Danzo is fine. Yeah, we're going to swap out into Fuma here for the next evade. And this is kind of the dangerous bit though, because Leonidas could get stunned here, and we don't really want that to happen. Okay, that is completely fine. I still have... Actually, that's kinda bad. Stunning here is going to delay everything. But Leonidas can't die if I just pop the guts, so that's also fine. Alright, that's the minus 5,000. And that's ideal. Alright, Nesha is at 1 HP for this bar. Perfect. And the NP is coming. I can do several things here. But there's really... Do I want to... There's no reason not to, honestly. Let's stun here, and then generate advantage. Alright, that's a defense down. That's a purely positive effect. However, this does mean that Leonidas will die. I'm gonna just pop Warrior's Warcry because why not? And let's go with this. Alright, as usual, thanks for joining. You have a good one. Okay, so from this point onwards I'm kind of just slowly going to work on dealing damage here while trying to keep the defensive gameplay going until Sansan comes in. Ideally, I would survive with this current front row until the NP, and then it gets completely wiped out, and I can just pretty much finish up immediately. But I think this will end way before we even get there, so it wasn't nearly as hard, probably because my plan was extremely solid. No, that wasn't even enough. Yeah, there's that berserker then. Match, oh god. It's all crumbling down. Okay, maybe it's not actually. But certainly this could still go very poorly if Sansang ends up dead. Oh, okay. I guess that happened. That's bad. Oh shit. Okay. Things are looking grim. However, I still have plays. Robomom is gonna have to bail me out here. That was a surprisingly big amount of damage. Is this Nesha actually demonic? I know the real one isn't, I don't think. Guess I should check that out at some point. Okay, I think with that I basically win. I survived the NP at least. Nope, it's not demonic, so I guess guess it just kinda worked out, huh? Also, I can still lose. Oh snap. That was the last hit on Nightingale. Easy. Ooh, first try. I was kind of worried about that fight after it started going poorly. I was gonna throw a bait at him. Oof, okay. That was the big fight of the stream, probably. I don't think we're going to encounter anything hard after this. You've noticed too, haven't you, Master? That fight was clearly... Nesha, why? That was an incredible display of wealth and fortune. It almost makes me envy you, but... You took it too far. Even with all your abundance, you were spending it faster than you could replenish it. You know, I thought the way you were burning through your items seemed familiar. You were doing it on purpose. You went out of your way to use more of your power than necessary. You made sure to use so much that not even the God of Wealth could recover from the loss. Why? Kubera is the god linked to my father. Huh? In China, Crown Prince Nesha's father is known as Tuota Li Tianguang, also known as pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li, also known as Li Jing. And in Japan, Li Jing is considered to be the same as the figures I mentioned before, Tamonten and Bishamonten. There's a lot of cross-pollination between Taoist law and Buddhist myth when it comes to cards like this, so it can be difficult to make sense of. But the long and short of it is, we can be pretty sure that Li Jing and the Hindu god Kubera are one and the same. And I, of course, have a connection to my father. Confusion There is something inside the jewel I hold in my chest. I do not know what to call these feelings I hold towards my father. What does all that mean? The details are a little different between Journey to the West and the Investiture of the Gods. But basically, Nesha was born with tremendous power and wrecked a lot of things even as a baby. Her father acted in anger and fear, and Nesha lost her body as a result. She was later reborn into a new being thanks to the Buddha and Taiyu Shenren. Well, the real story might be more complicated than that, but that's an accurate picture of the central relationships. Plus, they say Nesha's father is still afraid of her powers, so... I am Crown Prince Nesha, Marshal of the Central Altar. I am not Li Jing. It is therefore impossible for me to tell what I think and feel now that both beings have been combined within me. But I can be certain about this. It is not right for Li Jing to exist inside Nesha. It is utterly preposterous. Truth, such a being can never be me. Truth, that is not how I am meant to function. That's why you burned yourself out. You couldn't accept what you've become. But why take such a, well, roundabout approach to suicide? Good point. If you wish to end your life, you could have done so any other number of ways. For example, you could have fought back against the god who made you that way with all of your might. Since he trusted you enough to bestow you with power, you should have had plenty of chances to attack him if you chose. I considered that, of course, but deemed it impossible. His divine power is just too great. And if I lost, he might decide to erase my consciousness for being defective. Then I would truly become nothing more than a puppet with Nesha's body and Kubera's power. Conclusion, that would be a fate worse than death. If you ended up as a berserker thanks to that violent side of you being the most prevalent in your manifestation, that would probably also mean that your feelings about your father are stronger and fresher than the usual Nesha. Which would explain why you just didn't want to deal with it. Yes, I tried not to think about it at first. I buried my feelings deep down and did my best to forget them. But then, I saw her. Or Nesha. The moment I saw her, it felt like I had been cursed. I was overcome with rage and hatred and envy, so much so that I couldn't stop myself from destroying her. I could not stand the idea of another me, a truer me being out there. I could not accept it, but destroying her did nothing to lift my curse. I could no longer ignore my incompleteness. I could no longer stand how ugly I was. That's why I did this. Elaboration. It was not you who destroyed me. I destroyed me. I can't say I approve of what you did, but I can understand it. That is fine. If nothing else, I was able to avoid the worst possible outcome. For that, I thank you. But I will not apologize. The one to whom I should apologize is no longer here. The effects should just disappear. For the first time, I understand that logic. The defective Nesha, mixed with her father, will disappear. That is how it should be. Salvation. I will not return in the next Yuga. You're a servant of that god. You have no right to say that. My lover is gone now. How dare you say they were defective? How dare you say they deserve to disappear? Apology. I have no way of knowing that. All I'm saying is, for those of us ashamed of our defectiveness, getting to disappear can be a kind of salvation. Hang on, if you're really grateful to us, then give us some info before you disappear. It can be about anything. Arjuna, the other Lokapala. Oh, we want to know about the god Sky Boulder too. That giant cube? Truth unknown. I know nothing about it either, nor do I know who might something. Damn, I was afraid you'd say something like that. The Lokapala are servants that he has bestowed with divinities. If you defeat them, those divinities should disperse like mine is. So we can whittle down their forces by taking them out, huh? That's definitely good to know. Whenever we inevitably face off with Arjuna, not having to also fight 3 servants with godly power at the same time will be a huge help. Can you tell us anything about the other Lokapala? Answer, as Vathaman is a special case. He goes around on his own, fighting battles in place of Arjuna. The others watch over different regions. They sometimes assemble under Arjuna's orders, but in general, they keep to their assigned area. There are only 3 Lokapala, so each one covers a wide swath of land. I do not know what happened to the guards who were originally meant to guard the different directions. There are supposed to be 8 Lokapala, 1 for each cardinal direction. Wonder if their divinities are still inside Arjuna because he doesn't need them. What do all of you Lokapala do exactly? And which directions do you oversee? Answer, we watch over people, guard against revolt, and take care of the sacred beasts. My territory stretches over everything from the north to the southeast. The old man handles everything from the north to the southwest, and the young man handles everything from the southeast to the southwest. The old man is William Tell, an archer, and the young man is Asclepius, a caster. That's a lot of info. The ice hockey match has 12 seconds remaining and Finland is still leading 2-1. Therefore, I think it's pretty safe to say that Finland is in fact in the finals. Woohoo! Sports. Moving on, final chapter of Guards Commander. Not the final chapter, the last node. William Tell. Sweet, we got his true name. Times may have changed, but he's still one of the most famous archers in history. Maybe we should look for a few apples he can shoot off your head. As a rule, servants are usually summoned in their prime. So his middle-aged appearance must be because that time in his life is when his skills were at their peak. And then there's Asclepius. That must be the servant in the hood. He was one of the Greek heroes who sailed on the Argo. He is known as the father of medicine and he is still worshipped in some circles today. See, because he's a Greek servant, I was under the impression that he was sent here as a kind of a bonus from Law spell number 5 instead, but that was apparently just incorrect. Interestingly, neither of these heroic spirits have any connection to India whatsoever. But now they've been given the divinity and power of Indian gods. Wonder what effect that's had on their abilities. Answer, unknown. I never paid much attention to their abilities. I did not need to. Oh, report. I have reached my limit. Outsider, no, Master of Chaldea. Maybe we will meet again someday. And if we do, let it not be this defective version of me. I hope it will be that other pure me. So, the thing is, why exactly was this version of Nesha randomly a recolor? The other two look completely normal. And instead this Nesha is looking like this. Not entirely sure what's up with that. Since it still is just flat out Nesha. Just because a servant is given divine power, that doesn't necessarily mean they will see it as a good thing. If anything, it was that power that made her see herself as defective. Yes, even servants are no exception. Knowing what you need, what you don't, what to keep, what to discard, I think everyone has to decide those things for themselves because no two people are exactly alike. It's no one else's place to unilaterally choose them for you, not even a god. You had every right to say what you You had every right to say what you did to that Lokapala. I can more than understand your anger at someone deciding to cut themselves off from this world after they've been going around doing the same to others. All I'm saying is that the ones serving the god have their own reasons as well. As a girl there just said, it's not right for a single entity, even a god, to make decisions for the entire world. Yes, you're right. Besides, the important thing is that you and your comrade succeeded at defeating one of the Lokapala. This is cause for celebration. I'll go tell the others. Not only did you defeat one of the Lokapala, you even learned the true names of the other two servants. This is a most welcome turn of events, Ringo. It feels like the car infuriating blocking away moved aside, and we finally got to floor it and leave them in the dust. Now we just have to keep up our momentum all the way to the finish line. You're not really much good at causing the mood, are you? Not exactly celebrating here. No wait, my god power's telling me what's really going on here. You did cause the mood here, just ignored it. Knees like me aren't too good at that sort of social stuff. Though I guess you could also call it a pretty minor skill. Would you mind not psychoanalyzing me right where I can hear you, especially when you're going to be so spot on? As a commander, I merely offered my assessment of the present situation. Our servant doesn't get to choose who summons them. While this was very unfortunate for Nesha, it worked out for us. If she hadn't purposely worn herself down, I don't think we could have avoided taking some heavy losses. I agree, it doesn't feel like we won so much as she let us win. Nesha was a special case, since she just happened to have a special connection to the Indian divinity she was given. I don't think we can count on anything similar happening with the Lokapala who don't have any ties to India. Agreed, as Vathaman was a significant threat, even when we were only trying to get away. His regenerative abilities and his immortality were both on a scale I've rarely seen. As for the other servants, we should assume they're at least as powerful as Nesha would have been, if she'd made better use of Kubera's power, if not more so. Yeah, the next one we face might not be this easy. I feel like that's never actually the case. I mean, William Tell is specifically like a normal guy, basically. He's not like some kind of walking god of big dick energy, basically. Whereas Nesha kind of is, I think. No, William Tell is just a regular guy. If you give a regular guy divine powers, sure it's going to be a pretty decent buff. But I feel like it's not exactly fair to say that they're going to be at the same level. Asclepius is a god of medicine. And that also kind of has the problem that it's not really exactly an offensive juggernaut right there. I mean, medicine could probably do that, but you know, I feel like it's kind of saying a bit too much. Exactly, Master, I'll make sure to remain on my guard. Still, if nothing else, at least we've made a bit of progress. Eliminating one of the divinities under Arjuna's control is a victory no matter how you look at it. Of course, it's still too early to say how much value or significance this victory portends. Actually, now that you mention it, I think I do feel a little lighter. That indescribable pressure we've felt hindering us in this world. That strange feeling that something is off, that's been preventing us from finding our footing. It feels like it's not quite as bad now. It seems safe to assume that eliminating one of the Lokapala has improved the state of the world somehow. Needless to say, if we're going to defeat Arjuna, we'll need to reduce his overwhelming power and find a way to draw out more of our own. If eliminating Lokapala can achieve both at once, that would truly be killing two birds with one stone. Forget birds or stones, at this point, that looks to be our only possible path to victory, period. So I guess we'll just have to make our way down with a little bit at a time. Journey of 1,000 miles and all that. In other words, our next course of action is to try and take out all the other Lokapala. And luckily, we now know where we can probably find them. Sure, they may just be very general directions, but it's still better than having no lead at all. Plus, I bet the towns and villages in those areas will know something. Sounds good to me. According to Nesha, Aswathaman moves around freely on his own, so going after him won't be an option. So the question is, who do we pursue first? William Tell or Asclepius? That's a no-brainer. The archer is clearly the higher priority target. Oh? Why's that? Isn't it obvious? We can't have him sniping Ringo now, can we? She's the cornerstone of our whole operation here after all. I may be personally blessed by the goddess of fortune, but Ringo there is the one holding the key to our victory. Therefore, we should take out the archer first to eliminate the risk of Ringo being taken out at a distance and ensure her safety. I understand how you feel, but I'm not certain the choice is so clear-cut. We shouldn't let our king rush headlong into danger just because we're wary of their rook. No, I understand. It's a question of who has the greater advantage. The fact is, we currently have no servants who excel at mid to long range combat. Every member in our current lineup is a close to mid-range fighter. If we were to go after the archer first, we could end up struggling to pin him down, only to have him really throw a wrench in the works by calling in reinforcements. Agreed, that is a distinct possibility. Casters, on the other hand, tend to be excellent mages, but they're certainly not known for their prowess in battle. Being an excellent mage doesn't automatically make you an excellent warrior after all. Godov gets it. No, most casters fight by laying cunning traps and collecting information outside of battle to stack the deck in their favor. So in a head-to-head brawl, they're likely to fall one step behind compared to an archer. If we can drag them into such a brawl, we should have a good chance of defeating them. Essentially, our goal would be to reduce the enemy's forces by going after the weaker opponent first. That would leave the archer's threat looming over us, but that has been no less true all this time. Also, if he's going to stick to his own area, you can pretty safely go and get rid of Asclepius without having to worry about William Tell coming and sniping us, unless he can snipe from his own area, and in that case we are never safe. Of course, there's a second archer here, but I don't think they're a long-range attacker. I believe we can minimize the risks by taking measures against any attempts at sniping and eliminating the caster as quickly as possible. Then it's settled. We'll go after the caster first. I can't believe it. What can't you believe? As a fellow chubster, I demand an explanation. Hey, I'll have you know, I only have all this extra weight out of respect for Ganesha. Anyway, I was just surprised you were acting like a decent commander for once. You really do know the differences between servant classes, don't you, Kochi? Kochi? Does that mean she thinks I'm like Karl Gotch, the undisputed god of pro wrestling? Wow. That's a stretch. I like it. Respect to Godol's unending amount of positivity in people believing in him. That's a rather elegant nickname you've come up with there, young lady. That I appreciate. But to be clear, I've been studying this sort of thing ever since I knew I was going to be the next director of Chaldea. After all, it would be quite the farce if Chaldea's top brass didn't know the first thing about this crucial heroic spirit summoning system. Isn't that right, Curie Lights? Yes, Director, I know you've been studying diligently every day since we left Russia. What? No, I've known these things all along. I'm nothing if not a capable commander after all. Regardless, I now easily know just as much as a newly minted master. Furthermore, I've also taken another look at Rinko's reports. By this point I can quickly calculate each class's traits, the cost of summoning a given servant, and the amount of strain placed on the nervous system by the mystic code. With just one hand and a common pocket calculator. Incidentally, Rinko, you'll be getting hungry in about 3 hours, so make sure you have some rations ready to go. He's even calculated the rate Master burns calories. Powerful. This man is strong. Yes, very impressive. Now, can we get back on track? So, we'll be going after Asclepius first. Nesha said he's in charge of the south. But how do we go about finding him? I am told there's a town in the south. If his job includes keeping an eye on the people in his region, there's a strong chance he'll show up there. In that case, we should be able to ask someone in this village where to find it. Okay, sounds like a plan to me. Good. Alright, Rinko. Your next mission is to head south, find the caster Asclepius, and defeat him. Oh, and don't worry. Yours truly, the beautiful Miss Da Vinci, will be holding an extensive lecture on Greek heroes to give you something to listen to on the way. Excellent. Something I wanted to look at is... they said that the buffs have... or the pressure has lessened. There's more arrowheads. Huzzah! I can now make my servant less bad. Oh. I was wondering why the game wasn't letting me press buttons, but it was having fun. Okay, which skill do I prioritize here? That's the star bomb and a skill seal. Don't think that's too helpful. I think I'm gonna go with the crit up. Alright. And with that we can move on. So I want to check this real quick. Unforgiving World -1. The quick effect has been removed. Okay, so quick now deals normal damage in this place. That's neat. Alright, section 11. What do we have here exactly? Rash mob. Alrighty then. A team to gain bond points it is. I think I'm gonna use some lancers here. Alright, let's see what we get here. Okay, we are moving to the next Yuga. Oh, my. It would seem Kubera has vanished. Well damn, now I feel bad for pawning my job off on her. Don't be stupid, she ran off on her own. You didn't ask her to go. Also, if you're going to bother saying that sort of thing, then you could at least pretend you mean it. You don't look the least bit sorry. Yeah, you know what to tell you then. I'm really broken up over here. This won't do. This won't do at all. I could tell Crown Prince Nesha was up to something, but she was still one of the hands of God. And the fact that she's gone now is... there is no problem. And the God's power is infinite, even if one is shattered. I remain limitless. Indeed, indeed, of that I have no doubt whatsoever, but you must agree that it is inconvenient to have one fewer pawn to serve you, yes? Is that not why you summoned the other servants after Aswathaman? To have them execute your will? What do you say? If you like, I would be happy to provide you with another summoning spell. No, even that is of no consequence. All I need now is to keep repeating the yugas. Thanks to the power you all brought me, I have been able to speed up the sluggish yuga cycle. So I will continue on. I will keep drowning the world's defects, its evils, and cutting them away. The demise of the great yuga. The cycle formed by the other yugas that only a god can see is approaching. The great yuga, huh? You said this 10-day yuga cycle you're repeating is itself just a part of this great yuga, right? Indeed, now is the time for this universe to end. The whole world has lapsed into degeneracy. The great Kali Yuga and its massive destruction is at hand. Oh god, you should be proud. The seeds of morality you have tended for an eternity are at least about to bear fruit. Ordinarily it would take hundreds, no, thousands of years, but that would be far too long a wait. Next to you dramatically shortening the small Yuga cycle to 10 days, the great Yuga cycle has been sped up as well. How wonderful. And then all that will remain is that which is truly good, truly necessary. Then I will be able to create a perfect, ideal world. Indeed, indeed, indeed. What a lovely world that would be. If that really does happen, why, it would be just lovely. Soon, very soon now, I think. We will remake the world over the course of enough small yugas for us to get there. I wonder how many more yugas it will take. 1, 2, few enough that we can count them with our hands. I can't wait to find out. Hey, alter ego. Enough with the digressions. Basically, the boss is telling us not to worry about Nesso's death, right? Fine, got it. Now, can I get back to my research? I've got a lot on my plate, you know. I swear there's nothing worse than all the time people waste on pointless chatter. Especially when they're your patient. You've got to listen to them blabbing away about their inane personal lives. It would be one thing if they at least had some interesting rare disease. But it's almost always just another boring cold or broken bone or something. Dr. House in this house. Wait. Alright, if you want me to wait, I'll wait. What is it? There's something I should tell all of you. Oh, my, how unusual. Yes, it's not every day we see a glimpse of his humanity. Fo. I don't see as much water or flowers as I did yesterday. This looks like the harvest season. I guess that's dependent on the current Yuga too. As I recall, today is the beginning of the Treta Yuga. That's the time when things start to deteriorate a bit from how they were during Kurta Yuga, and 1/4 of the world's rightful order is lost. It's quite a radical difference for us to just see things change so instantaneously, but that's just the way this world works. For the people who live in this world, this is all perfectly normal. Nonetheless, I cannot help but feel that this state of affairs is far too sudden and unnatural. If the Yuga cycle has been shortened to a mere 10 days, something is certainly amiss. At this point, it would not be the least bit surprised to learn that there was some sort of distortion here affecting the entire world. Alright, now that we've all adjusted to our new surroundings, it's time for the lecture I promised. You keep walking, I'll keep talking. Asclepius is a hero from Greek mythology. Oh god, they just made it scroll really fast, because there was only one word on the third line, why? His father was the Olympian god Apollo, and his mother was a woman named Coronis, making him a demigod. Shortly after his birth, he was entrusted to a centaur sage. That's right, our very own Chiron. Asclepius first studied medicine under him, but his talent for medicine surpassed his teachers eventually. In addition to the sun, Apollo was also the god of sickness and healing, so that's probably where Asclepius got his talent for medicine. To elaborate, he took knowledge of herbology Chiron imparted to him and expanded on it, which led to the concept of medicine as we know it today spreading far and wide. Up to that point, healing had strictly been the domain of the gods, which is probably why he came to be known as the father of medicine and a god in his own right. At the time, the concept of a doctor, someone with both the knowledge and the skills to treat injuries and disease with someone other than themselves, and a patient, the beneficiary of the doctor's knowledge and skill, was a huge paradigm shift, and Asclepius is the one who made it happen. Well, when you put it like that, he sounds like a really big deal. Oh, of course, I'm sure Ganesha's way more famous than him being an actual god and all. As I mentioned earlier, he was one of the Argonauts, owing entirely to his skill as a doctor. He probably got to know Atalante, Heracles and Medea during the voyage on the Argo too. It's too bad none of them are here now. They might have been able to tell us more about him. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in his life story. All I need to know is how to defeat him. Oh, there are plenty of other interesting stories to share about him, like the one about how his staff became entwined with snakes and came to be symbolic of medicine everywhere. But it looks like that one will have to wait. The beautiful Miss Da Vinci is taking a short sabbatical. Why is that? I'm picking up a huge wildfire reading. It looks like some kind of hydra. Is this because I mentioned snakes? Maybe words have more power than we give them credit for. While there are many Indian legends involving snakes, such as Naka and Frithra, this would seem to be no more than an ordinary creature. One that is apparently set on having Miss Ringo for its super. Hard pass. There is no need to bother Indra about this. The fewer dangerous animals there are, the safer it is for everyone. I don't want to be eaten either. You guys have seen how a snake's stomach bulges out after it swallows its prey whole, right? I'm warning you now, Hydra. The same thing's gonna happen to you if you eat me. Oh, by the way, I'm a vegetarian now, so if you wanna make me an offering, some potato chips would hit the spot. Alrighty then, trash mobs, my favorite pastime. I suppose it's going to take a hot minute before we get into any actually interesting fights here. Okay, maybe not that long. Don't really have much to say about this, so I'm just gonna chill for a moment. Try to rest my throat from all that talking. Hydrate properly, as they do. Alright, we have demonic grasshoppers but harder, and a boar. I don't think this is gonna be enough to clear them out, but oh well. I don't think I even bothered mentioning that the name of the chapter is Treta Yuga, Asclepius the god of medicine. Don't think that's really all that important, all things considered, but oh well. And yeah, they are certainly still very alive. Wow, that wasn't even enough. Christ. Just looking ahead a bit here for those the next important fights. Can't say I'm entirely pleased by what I've seen. Yawning. Okay, here's the big boss. And by big boss, I mean a very small boss. Guess I can make sure that this ends by dropping Plauter's crits on the board. Let's make those guaranteed hits too. ご昇乱ある。もはや戦場に呵責なし。我が父よ、許したまえ。空前絶後。バサビー。シェフティー。悪く思う。ここまで。And of course I get a wine out of that. Don't need them. Useless mats. No battles. Alrighty then. Guess we can talk more about Asclepius. Nom nom nom. 4 for 4. Right. I make the best roasted bananas you'll ever have. Go on, Mashi, try one. They're great for your skin and for staying in shape. You're still a growing girl, so you've gotta eat up. Of course, I'll be digging right in with you. I'm eating one right now. It is really good. Oh, 4-4? Oh. Of course it's too hot for you, foe. Cats have very heat-sensitive tongues and you're practically one of them. You'll just have to make do with a regular unroasted banana. Where we at right now? This is the second out of 4 nodes of chapter 10. We got past Nesha, the first actually big fight here. My plan worked perfectly until it didn't, and then I just... I was a skilled player and got lucky. I haven't camped out since the rebellion. This really brings back memories. By definition, a rebellion involves fighting a ruler much stronger than you. Surely it can't all be nostalgic. Of course not. I remember very well how we never had enough supplies to go around. The sea boy incited uprisings left and right before they ran off to Delhi, leaving us Jansi to clean up the mess. Thanks to that, we had almost nothing in the way of people, funding or supplies. Sometimes my comrades and I had nothing to eat but a single half-rotten banana between us all. Hey, I know it's none of my business, but are you sure you don't want to join the conversation? You are quite intelligent, aren't you? Then you do know who I am. Well, if you are who I think you are, I just remembered that there were the rumors of you helping the Sea Boys in their rebellion. We're just going to play the game of I'm not going to say who you are, but I totally do know. Of course, that is just how the story goes, so I have no idea if it's true. Who can say? The truth is, I'm really not anyone right now. All I can say is, if Sion hadn't summoned me, I wouldn't be who I currently am. Huh? Then does that mean... At any rate, we should be using this time to let Rinko and her team rest, right? I don't see any need to jump in with my own old, unasked for stories. I'm going to take another look at the engine. If you don't see me again tonight, I'm busy because I'm busy here. Got it. Oh, right, in case you're not in the loop, Finland proceeded to beat Germany in ice hockey and we're in the finals. Ooh, sports, yay! It seems you're no ordinary queen either, though I could already tell as much from the way you fight. Are you saying a queen who would sleep on the ground is no true queen? Not at all. Sita is said to have been born in the ridge between two rice fields. If anything, I'm fond of women who have an earthy scent. My, oh my, I guess the really famous heroes are natural Casanovas. I'll have to make sure I remember this. Huh? Why would you do that? Wait, you're not planning on telling Sita about this if we find her, are you? You've got it all wrong. I wasn't making a pass at her. Alright, I'm going to write that one down. If you want to hit on women, tell them they smell like the ground. Oh, hey! Hey there. You smell like the mud. I like that. Oh, perfect. Flawless. Brilliant. I know that, silly. Of course I won't tell Sita about this. Don't lie to me. It's written all over your face. Those roasted bananas are really good, aren't they, Marsh? Yes, definitely. Can I tell you something, senpai? For some reason I can't really explain. I feel like everything's going to work out. She read the script and she knows that by default we kinda have to win. Oh? I know God Arjuna is incredibly powerful. I know this world runs on a truly bizarre system. And I know that Nesha and Karna aren't here to help us anymore. We've seen some very, very painful things. To be honest, it was all bringing me down a little. Me too, I guess. But now, having all of us gathered around a campfire like this makes me feel more optimistic. Pepe was always so nice to me, even back when I didn't know anything at all. I knew he was a very social person, so it was difficult for me to accept that he had become our enemy. But now, we're sitting around the same campfire, united in a common goal. It's also, I don't know if this is the best way to say it, but it makes me really happy. And you know, I'm actually kind of hopeful right now. Maybe, just maybe, Asclepius, the caster we're about to face, will have his own feelings about this world, just like Nesha did. So if we talk to him, maybe there's a chance he'll be willing to help us out. Oh, you've grown up to be such a good girl, Mashi. I'm so glad to hear you think that. Ah, Pepe. Of course, I'm not too hopeful about my own prospects, so I can't share your optimism. But in that sense, we each have to place our own bets, so it's nothing you need to worry about. You're right, it's definitely not impossible. It might well be worth a while to try talking to him and William, even if they are low Kapala. But I don't think we should waste our breath on Aswathaman. What makes you say that? You saw what he's like when we fought him before. You know how fiercely determined he is. You can't give anything that much effort unless you really truly believe in what you're doing. It didn't matter how many times we defeated him. I don't feel like we defeated him even once, honestly. Right, however much you hurt him, he'll just bounce right back, even if the wound is fatal. He was nowhere near so durable when he was with me, so it must be something with the divinity Arjuna gave him. But at any rate, he didn't even think to pretend he was out of commission so he could take it easy. Until his wounds finish healing, right? He's as hardcore as they come. So I don't think we should get our hopes up about him secretly hating this world and being willing to betray it. If anything, he seemed to me like he cared more about serving Arjuna than anything else. Not because Arjuna's his master now. I got the impression that he's a true believer in what Arjuna's doing. He and Arjuna might have been enemies back when they were human, but I'm pretty sure Arjuna is way beyond thinking about the Kauravas and the Pandavas at this point. I always meant to try and get to know Aswathaman better, but I was so busy back when this law spell was first made that I kept putting it off. How I really wish I'd made the time for him. Maybe then I'd at least have an idea of what he's thinking now. 4. Oh my, are you trying to slap some sense into me, little animal? Trying to tell me I shouldn't have let my contract with my servant be taken away? Yes, you're right. I'm his former master, so I feel responsible too. Even then, he always seemed like he was angry about something, so we couldn't have been less alike. But I didn't mind that. I figured that way I could let him handle everything that wasn't in my wheelhouse. Not to mention, he was always an incredible fighter. Angry, huh? That's true, he was always super pissed off. Is there like a reason for that, or is it just how he is? I'm not sure, all I know is he was like that right from the time I summoned him. So who knows, maybe that is just how he is. There is one story that says he attacked an enemy army in the dead of night out of anger over his father's murder. Even though that sort of thing was absolutely against the rules of warfare at the time. Anywho, as a servant, he's always been fueled by rage. I'm sure there's more to him than that, but his rage burned so hot it seemed like it subsumed everything else. In some aspects, you could say he was a bit socially awkward. But anger is a force to be reckoned with. Some people think of anger as giving you blinders and making you unwilling to see reason, but on the other hand, that kind of focus can be very powerful. So the idea of going up against someone so relentlessly devoted to his cause, well, it scares me. Honestly, I don't know what he'd be like now if I was still his master. It sounds like he would have been a very helpful ally. You think? I have a feeling a lukewarm puddle like me would have only cooled him off. Not in a good way. Anyway, I'm sure that wherever he is now, he's mad as hell about something. I swear, I don't know how he does it. It takes just oodles of passion to stay angry all the time. Passion? Really? Oh, believe me, when I get angry about things, I am hella passionate about the things I'm angry about. But we best not get in there, otherwise I might spend the next 10 hours bitching about a video game. Oh yes, his heart simply burns with passion. When you grow up, you'll understand just how hard and how sad it is to be so angry that you burn yourself out. That kind of white-hot rage usually just doesn't last. Most of the time, anger quickly gives way to regret and despair. I can't even imagine what it would take to be truly angry all the time. Even sincerity only gets you so far. I mean, how long do you think a dandelion seed like me, that goes wherever the wind takes him, would last? If my hair ended up burning off in my fury, I wouldn't have anything left. That sounds like it's taking the Buddhist idea of the world as a burning house of suffering a little literally. Honestly, I can't imagine how a guy named Peperoncino isn't already living it up. Right, right. Peperoncino's a great name, if I do say so myself. And it suits me perfectly. After all, I'm a spicy hot pepper, from my head to my toes. I make it a point to live nice and carefree wherever I go. I'm not sure I agree with that, Pepe. You've always seemed very sincere to me. You never got angry, no, but you easily made up for it with how hard you were on yourself. Besides, it's said that masters summon servants who are a lot like themselves. You may be very open-minded, but underneath that, I think you have a very strong sense of responsibility and a powerful conviction to not lead an easy life. Oh my, that's very kind of you, but you're giving me way too much credit. I know you wish you could get along with us, with the Cryptos I mean, since you also used to be part of Team A. But you've really gotta give that up, girl. If you don't, you'll just make trouble for yourself, your master and us. We were all loners well before we were Cryptos. That didn't change just because we joined a group. Some of us have our own ideals, some of us have faced major oppression, some of us are natural rebels, some of us were born in the wrong place, some of us have lost our humanity entirely. We've all got our own issues, and they don't go away just by being part of a team. There was not a good person among us. Oh boy, there's the words. Not any of them, and not me either. I mean, we sold out all of mankind and joined forces with the foreign guard, just so we could survive, remember? Maybe you have a little survivor skill at being the only one left, Mashi, but you don't have to feel bad. This was always going to happen to us. Always going to happen. Where are you getting this from, Peperoncino? Good question. Still, I really did enjoy my life in Chaldea, so for me, you might even say it gave me a reason to live. Star. I see. I don't quite get what you were talking about, but I can see that you are a man of conviction. You have quite the keen eye, don't you? I've noticed it helping us in battle since you joined. That keenness doesn't seem entirely physical either. Is it some sort of magecraft? Why yes, it's divine power. Just like the kind you use, Raimi. It's a technique I came up with to let me use the power of the cards in my human body. I'm also pretty good at Jinsokutsu, Tashinsu, and Rojinsu, I'll have you know. Jinsokutsu, Tashinsu, and Rojinsu? I could have sworn I'd heard those terms somewhere. Do you know anything about them, Administrative Advisor? Those are 3 of Japan's Shugendo, Rokujinsu, or 6 supernormal Buddhist powers. Jinsokutsu is the power to run faster than any ordinary human. Tashinshu is the power to read others' minds. And Rojinsu is... My apologies, I do understand the concept, but I struggle to articulate it and make myself understood. It's something unique to Buddhism, almost an awareness of one's destiny, not dissimilar to enlightenment. My, I'm impressed you know that much about Eastern philosophy. You really are a great detective, aren't you? I would say Rojinsu is the power to know oneself well, maybe. That's as good a way to remember it as any, Ringo. Of course, I doubt you'll have much use for it, being Masha's master and all. I mean, knowing that much about yourself, that's just asking for trouble, right? Interesting. Rojinsu is said to be a state of mind that quells all doubts, yet he thinks of it as asking trouble. Why did you call yourself a dandelion seed earlier? Oh my, that's what you're concerned about? You're awfully bold for such a cutie. It's simple. I ran away from my country when I was about your age. Ever since I've been an international stranger. Chaldea is the first place in my life that I could actually call home. Why did you run away? Why, because there wasn't anything there for me. I didn't get along with anyone in my family, extended or otherwise. That's putting it mildly, of course. Since I hated them so much, I killed them all myself. Oh well, funny old life in it. Alrighty then. That's rage. Yeah, that. Damn it. Rage. God damn it. Rage. Ugh, this pisses me off. I'm so freaking pissed right now. I'm so mad I could throw up. I'm so mad it's making me dizzy. And this goddamn anger never goes away. And it won't as long as I am who I am. And that's why I wanted to hurry up and get here. When the Great Yuga ends, the world will finally stop cycling through destruction and rebirth. Every last evil defect will disappear and the world will finally be perfect. It can't get here soon enough. So, is it like you want yourself to be removed as a defect because you have rage? Or do you want the rage itself to be removed? So you can stop being constantly angry. I'm picking up a life form nearby. A human. There's still some distance to your destination, so they may be a traveler. You can never have too much information. Let's go say hello. I've never seen any of you before. Hi there. Would you mind if we ask you a few questions? You've headed for the town nearby? Don't bother. If I were you, I'd just turn around and go back where I came from. Huh? Why's that? There's a real nasty disease going around in that town. I was just heading there myself to look for a new job, but once I heard about it, I turned right around. It had already killed a number of people by the time I heard about it. Might be dead bodies everywhere by now. A plague? That's... Alright, I'd better get going. Don't say I didn't warn you. We've got prayers and the sacred beasts to help us with the Kali, but you can't pray away a disease. You only get one life, but make the most of it. But wait! Aren't the sacred beasts supposed to get rid of the dead bodies? Prayers and the sacred beasts, huh? Those don't actually do that much to help. Well, what do we do now? I can't believe I forgot to ask about something so basic. Tell me, technical advisor. Am I right to assume we're all fully inoculated against the various pathogens we expect to encounter in our travels? You bet we are. Think about all the places we've already been to. We're covered as far as just about any plague around goes. Of course, Ringo is already pretty well set thanks to her innate poison resistance, so the vaccinations are more for peace of mind than anything else. Ooh, topical. But in case you're still concerned, Director, we could always have the servants go on ahead and collect more detailed data about this virus before... That's okay, let's just go, I need to see what's happening for myself. Understood. Then we will continue as planned. Just make sure you don't touch anything strange, alright? And do you have enough masks and gloves? You know you're not supposed to share them, right? We get it. Jeez, you sound like my mom. Just so you know, the border isn't exactly bursting at the seams with vaccine doses and such. So be prepared for the possibility that you might not be able to save everyone in this town. Understandable. Alright, the town is not looking exactly ideal. But, huh? 4-4? It's a perfectly ordinary town. It certainly doesn't look like there is a plague going around. Does this mean that other guy was lying? That's not the impression I got from him. Excuse me, do you have a moment? What do you want? We were told there's a deadly plague going around this town. Is that true? Huh, whoever told you that must have been way behind the times. Sure, we did have a scare like that recently. People were collapsing left and right, some of them died of fever, and the people treating them kept catching it. We thought that God had forsaken us and this town was done for. Hell, I was bedridden with myself until not too long ago. So there was a plague going around here, but now it's all over? Yup, just when things were at their worst, a doctor showed up and saved us all. I don't know what we would have done without him. I had to quarantine myself so my wife and kid wouldn't catch it. I didn't even know if I'd ever get to see him again. But now, we're all one big happy family again. That doctor is our savior, no doubt about it. We offered him a home here and told him he'd never want for anything if he stayed with us. But he just took off. Wouldn't accept anything in return. Fixer of modesty he was. All he said was, I just stopped by to check on things. This isn't the fundamental solution this world needs. Wonder what he meant by that. He did look really stressed about something even after saving us. But anyway, things are perfectly fine here now, so relax and enjoy your stay. Trust me, it's a great place. A mysterious heroic doctor. Da Vinci, can we quickly go over what you know about Asclepius again? Sure thing. There's all sorts of casters, mages, witches, alchemists, beautiful inventors whose genius knows no bounds. But in Asclepius' case, given his title and background, he's definitely a doctor. I knew it. Master, this might mean we were right after all. Doctors are always good, right? Right, if he's only pretending to obey Arjuna. But deep down he knows this world is wrong and can't bear to see people in need. Maybe we can convince him to... You should have you answered that directly. Here he comes now. He doesn't appear to be going on the offensive, but keep your guard up all the same. What's going on here? There he is. Even if we did come here looking for him, wasn't expecting to find him this quickly. You must have some very good karma indeed, Master. This is perfect. We were just hoping to talk to you, Asclepius. Are you the one who... Shut up. I've been saving this town for my experiments. It's practically my exam room, and I won't tolerate patients worth less than used gauze speaking out in turn in here. Patients should only speak when spoken to. Is this you doing? How did you heal all the infected when I didn't lift a finger to help them? Huh? My, I guess you're not the good doctor we've been hearing about after all. Of course not. I was just about to study this plague. Why would I bring anything that could cure it? Oh, idiots. Medicine is advanced by studying new diseases as they progress. I thought with the plague in town, I would at least have no shortage of cases. But now you're telling me there's not a single infected person left? You can't be serious. I don't know who you are, but you have some nerve taking away my precious research opportunity. Huh, sounds like a self-centered sociopath. I'm guessing he dumped every stat point into ENT, everything else be damned. I don't know what you mean by the second part, but I agree wholeheartedly with the first. Just answer me this. Did you spread this plague here yourself? What are you, stupid? What useless mush do you have festering between your ears? Why would anyone ever do that? Of course I want to advance medicine by studying as many cases of disease as possible, but the point is to cure patients, not create new ones. Be that as it may, it would seem you didn't do anything to limit the disease's spread either. Because I knew I couldn't. I don't waste my time with pointless endeavors. It's far more sensible to make a vaccine after studying the disease. Even if more people end up dying in the meantime? Yes, that is undeniably tragic. As long as they die while I'm studying them, they serve to advance medicine. I stake my pride as a doctor never letting a patient die for nothing. I'll always make sure the death leads to a new discovery. And eventually, to advancing medicine as a whole. Sounds nice and all, but the guy is oozing mad scientist vibes. I don't think we can hope for much from him. He didn't heal this town and he isn't anything like Nesha either. I see. So that's your game. You thought that deep down I might be dissatisfied with the way the god runs things here, just like Nesha was? I take it that means you aren't then. Of course not. Excising all that is defective or unnecessary from the world, that is how things ought to be. It's immeasurably better than a weak, foolish god getting rid of exceptional things. Do you know what happened to me? Do you have any idea what Zeus put me through? What was it again? Oopsies, you already forgot? Okay, no problem, I'll just give you a quick refresher course. In Greek mythology, Asclepius masters the art of medicine and ultimately ends up creating a tonic that can bring the dead back to life. As you can imagine, the course didn't take too kindly to that. Particularly Hades, the god of the underworld, who was especially displeased at the idea of humans overcoming death and making a joke out of his authority. But since Hades couldn't harm Asclepius himself on account of him being Apollo's kid and all, he asked Zeus to punish him instead. Zeus agreed and killed Asclepius with a thunderbolt through the heart. But to try and provide Apollo with some consolation, Zeus also brought Asclepius' body to the heavens, and gave him a place among the gods as the constellation Ophiuchus, the serpent bearer. Some consolation that was. Now that I've made you a god as well, all is forgiven, yes. I never asked for that. It was meaningless. Completely and utterly meaningless. All I ever wanted was to advance the field of medicine. All I did was find a way to cure death. But the Greek gods were too narrow-minded, lazy, cowardly, and arrogant to accept that. They were wrong, and they punished me for all the wrong reasons. They punished me for nothing more than achieving excellence. Now I see. But this world is the complete opposite of that. All that is excellent endures, and all that is inferior disappears. It couldn't be simpler. This is exactly how things are meant to be. This is what a just world looks like. And what is it you want? When that world reaches its end state? When you're listening to me, all I want is to advance my medical arts. I thought I made that clear. So you don't care what the world loses as long as it helps you with that? As long as mankind doesn't go extinct, people will always need doctors, right? So don't worry about that. There will always be people around. I'm willing to rack up as many sacrifices as it takes to ensure my patient's survival, no matter the cost. Master, I'm afraid Asclepius is... Yeah, something's fundamentally wrong with him. Luckily, we can't let that stop us from summoning him, because as it happens, they did jam a guard in him. So, we can argue that this is not actually his personality in its entirety. Medicine is important, but you cannot ignore how people feel. You may be an excellent doctor, but you've completely failed to treat these people's cries of grief. I am no counselor. There are some conditions I can't do a damn thing about, like stupidity. There's nothing I hate more than stupid patients. All you have to do is listen. If your doctor says not to do something, don't do it. If they say to do something, do it. Why is that so hard for you to understand? Don't you want to get better? It doesn't make any damn sense. It's just like I thought. Your heads are the most affected part. If you patients are so soft in the head that you're trying to get rid of this just world, then it's clear which part of you I need to amputate. So it's a fight he wants, is it? Get him, Ringo. Don't be afraid, he's only a caster, and a just doctor at that. Just a doctor. Have you forgotten that Arjuna made me a Lokapala, and granted me one of his divinities? The Indian god he bestowed upon me is Yama. Yama. That's the god of death, king of the dead, and the regent of the souls. Master? I'm seeing new hostiles appearing out of the ground one after the other. They appear to be moving skeletons. I guess Arjuna thought Yama would suit me, since I already managed to resurrect the dead on my own. Well, as long as it's not Hades, I can get along with another god of the underworld, and I have no qualms about using what I've been given. Yama feels authority over the dead. Well, technically, it may be authority over this land's memory of the dead, but there is no meaningful difference. Ah, great. So now we gotta play some kind of horde mode with zombies? I don't think we'll be able to beat it unless you've got some special attacks with invincibility and massive AoE. Ganesha, you've got exactly that. The hell? He summoned that many fighters that quickly, without any preparation or chanting? What kind of necromancy is that? This is clearly outside the realm of human magecraft. This is divine power, just like how Kubera let Nesha use so many noble phantasms at once. Be very careful. Got it. Even idiots like you know about autopsies, yes? The dead can still be valuable in medicine. You're all probably going to die here now that you're up against me. But don't you feel better knowing your deaths will be useful? Okay, I get to actually build a team. Honestly, I think I'm actually gonna... Since this... I will count this as a real fight. Not sure if this is going to get to be a video of any sort or anything, but... I'm gonna treat this as a real fight. I'm going to make use of Lakshmi Bai here as my primary damage dealer. So that means I'm going to have to build a quick team. Not that. And the basics of a quick team always end up looking like this, I suppose. Give me some stars. Yeah. And I think I'll just double down on that, honestly. For the back row, what other quick options do I have? Alex exists. And after that, we're like desperate enough to go with double Atalante, I guess. God, there's just not that many quick supports. I mean, I guess I don't need to make a team that's nothing but quick supports, but you know how it is. That's fine. Nothing could possibly go wrong with a team like this. Well, let me take a quick... Yeah, there we go. So yeah, let's go. Let's go deal with. Let's go deal with the Doctor House here. Of course, the primary problem here is that the third skill of the guest supports is level 8. So again, Lakshmi Bai does not actually even have consistent buffs here, which really sucks. But what are we gonna do? We do need to get through these trash mobs first, so that's always nice. I guess we'll start with the skeleton. Now I can hydrate myself again. Oh. Okay, can you not murder Lakshmi Bai in cold blood, please? I would really appreciate if that wasn't the thing that was happening. Also, looking at it, ooh, Lakshmi Bai is a buff rate increase is actually for 3 turns. That's huge. That makes her a lot more valuable than Lunling for supporting servants that have chance-based buffs. Not that there are that many of those, but Wu right here actually is one of those. If only that skill was max level, that would have been a consistent buff. But alas, it just wasn't meant to be. Ooh. Osaka has such good NP gain. I mean, that should be obvious given that I soloed Chinaku with her. That was like 50% every single turn. Well, I have plenty of crit stars here. There are two berserkers that I want to get rid of. Let's hope that I don't take massive damage. Okay, that's great. That's perfect. Guess it doesn't really matter. I need to get rid of the berserker. That's important. So, Brave Chain it is. And this isn't even gonna be enough to do that. Would be bad. Okay, never punish, that's good. I'm gonna save the buffs for later. Also, Lakshmi Bai's second skill not only has defense utility, but also gives a pretty decent heal. So Lakshmi Bai is no longer almost dead, that's super good. And despite that, certain websites have concluded that she's bad because she is not a crit DPS. No, they decided that she is a crit DPS, but she's bad at what she does without Scuddy, because green buttons go brr or something. And also because she can't loot without Scuddy, she is therefore always bad. Like, in what world do you look at Lakshmi Bai's kit and be like, yep, that's a crit damage dealer right there? No. The crit buff is completely AoE. Wait. Oh my god. This is a chance-based skill that actually tells you what the skills do. Did they fix that? For all of them? I need to check that after this fight. Oh my god, that's huge. They made chance-based skills not say applies random effects, which is complete and utter garbage. Oh my god, this is huge. So anyways, yeah. The critical strength up and the crit star drop rate and the attack are all team-wide. She isn't supposed to do the crit damage herself. The defense is targetable, so it's obviously also not meant to just be for herself. She gives an AoE effect. It's an AoE effect for the buff, chance buff as well. And her NP is AoE, yes, and it can potentially loop if you're degenerate that plays with double scatty. But that's the problem. It's still not really meant to be used for damage. It removes defensive or offensive buffs from enemies. It's a support first and foremost. Also, we're just going in with max damage, who cares? The downside is that I do have two assassins against caster. I don't know who the idiot was that thought that was a good idea, but it is what it is now. But yeah, like... I also assume that Lakshmi can generate a healthy amount of stars on the NP because it is quick and AoE and has enough hits to loop. Therefore, she does everything you want from a crit support, except like giving star suck, but that's extremely rare on a servant. I'm really excited to possibly getting... Oh, there's the NP audio bug again. Yeah, that's 56 stars. Remove the 16 you got. I got from I got from the dual 2030s, and what you have here is a servant that generated me like 40 goddamn stars on her own. An absolute blessing. This hand is bad. I mean, I can crit. So Asclepius will keep summoning more bodies to attack me. So I am going to ignore those. And if they end up dying from Lakshmi Bai's NP, that's fine. That's a lot of damage for an assassin attacking a caster. But yeah, I'm super excited to eventually get Lakshmi Bai. I feel like she can do a lot of good stuff. She has issues, but most servants do because that's balanced game design. Also, looky here, I have Star Suck. What's this exactly? Healing and attack down? Why? What the hell is that a thing? I guess the idea is that she's focusing on healing the bodies instead of attacking. Because that's a 10k heal every turn. That's kinda awful for me. Anyways, Weekend B goes brr. And those great things. So that's a 50% attack down on himself for 5 turns. Interesting. I like how Lakshmi Bai is the one dying, not the 2 servants that are weak to Asclepius. Also, that didn't do nearly as much damage, because I don't have like any of my buffs going on. But on the other hand, I can do this and get another NP ready. Lakshmi might die though. Yeah, without buffs, Lakshmi doesn't deal that much damage. Because, go figure, she's not meant to be a damage dealer. Yeah, her bad luck has been on my side here. Or whatever the hell I was trying to say. I'm gonna charm Asclepius here so I don't have to deal with that NP. I'm probably gonna take absolutely massive damage from the trash mobs, but that's just something I have to live with, and oh my god, this is the worst possible hand imaginable, pretty much. 0 Alexander cards. Now witness as the dead souls proceed to kill Alexander. No, just focusing on Wu. That's fine. Atalante. Oh my fucking god, these hands are trash. Well, at least I have an infinite supply of stars here, I guess. All I want is a few Alexander cards so I can get my NP to 100% and delete these enemies. And now I have this to deal with. Now both of them have guts because of his NP, and I'm not a fan of that. Would remove one of them. I think I'm just gonna remove from Asclepius. And let me do that so I don't get entirely punished here. And I think this will be enough. It might even be enough to just kill Asclepius. No, but it is fine. Please attack Atalante this turn. Nobody attacked Atalante because of course not. Alright, fine. Lead up duty. Alright, Asclepius is down. The dead souls did not specifically die though, and the fight does go on. That does make sense, I guess. That means I need to take that into account here. Probably not gonna kill the other dead soul here though. Unfortunately, no. And there we go. That was not a like that's not a particularly hard fight. I still had some more pain coming in. Oh wow, I got a chain. Those are useless. Oof. Okay. I don't know how we can thank you. As if curing our disease wasn't enough, you even tended off fields for us. Are you a new Lokapala? You must be, to show us this much kindness. Please stay with us. The whole town would be thrilled to have you. Sorry, my throat's been acting up a bit. Pay it no mind. I just stopped by to check on things. This isn't the fundamental solution this world needs. It's the ones who will show up after me who are bound to end you. They're from an organization called Chaldea, just as I am. Make sure to welcome them when they get here. It will speed things up. Okay, but it isn't the Chaldea we want to thank, it's you. Please, won't you stay with us for just a little while? We would be honored, delighted even to repay someone so virtuous. Yes, exactly. Please, right this way. Everyone's dying to hear more about you. They really mean it. These people can't have much to spare, yet they still want to reward an outsider. Never mind that. Why do they like me at all? This sort of thing would never have happened before. I'm not doing anything different than I was before. I'm still operating under the exact same principles I always have. So why am I seeing such a different reaction now? Is it only because of what I look like? Do people really care about appearances that much? Oh well, if that is true, it suits my needs perfectly. Okay then. I know this is the guy that has been going around in every lost belt before us and doing things, but we don't really know who that is. I mean, I know who that is, but they don't know who that is. It doesn't really matter what I do in this fight, so I'm gonna take optimizing bonds, And that's all she wrote. They just keep coming no matter how many we take down. Wait, what's that? Shit, it's a kid! Yeah, that's my feeling like every single day when I go outside. It's like, kids, take them away. Most of the tower's residents hid after you started fighting, but he must have been left behind. We need to protect him no matter what. Sniff. Crap, he tripped, and he's too far away to... Huh? What's wrong? You fell down? Your knee is injured. Let me see it. God? So you put it on a rock, even in the middle of town. The roads really need more work. That's why a fall at that speed can produce lacerations like this. Now I see. I'll have to remember the size and depth of his wound, so I can comprehend similar situations in the future with just a glance. As for your wound, there's nothing unusually wrong with it. To treat it, first we wash it with clean water. Then we apply some of these medicinal herbs. It's not bleeding anymore. Of course not, I just stopped it. Now listen to me. Don't take that off until the pain is all gone. Doctor's orders. If you can't listen to them, that will mean your thick skull is the real problem. Don't make me give up on you. Oh, wait. Right. They called the guy that came before Doctor. But it wasn't this guy who's also a doctor. I see. So that's just... we've just been given information that that man is in fact a doctor, in case we didn't already know that. I won't. I promise. Thank you, God. That's a good patient. Take care. What the heck, guy? Are you one of those gruff, curmudgeonly doctors who hides his heart of gold beneath his prickly exterior? What are you talking about? I heal those who need healing, and show no mercy to those who would interfere with my medicinal pursuits. And that's all there is to it. It couldn't be simpler. That dedication is not a bad thing in itself. But why do you insist on prioritizing that over all else? How can you so casually dismiss everything else wrong with this world and the suffering of its people? You asking my reasons? That's a new one. It's so blindingly obvious that I don't even have to answer ready. To tell you that, I'd have to pay attention to things I usually ignore, and bring my thinking down to the level of my most idiotic of patients. Never mind, there's no point. I'm just going to keep working on kicking you interlogos out of my exam room. First you help a child, and now you're back to rising the dead. Which are you looking for, praise or revulsion? I have no need for either. Now will you stop acting up? You are the very worst sort of patient, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many dead you throw at us. If I can defeat a great Rakshasa, I can defeat you too. It never fails. It's always the most ignorant patients who make things worse. You should simply have resigned yourself to assisting me in my study of medicine. Now this has taken long enough that he's shown up. Who this? I'll explain later. All of you, cease combat and get away from there immediately. I knew this was a possibility, but I didn't think it would actually happen now. And by this, I mean the worst goddamn case scenario we can think of. Talk about luck not being on our side. Master, over there, in the sky, it's a bird. No, it's a plane. No, it's a plane. Arjuna, the big boss is here in person. What? I thought he spent his time flying around the Tree of Emptiness. I swear there's nothing worse than amateurish home remedies. With his kind of power and Vimana's mobility, there's no need for him to stand around guarding that tree. Especially now that no one besides him can even get close to it, thanks to that ocean growing bigger. The only reason he usually stays there is because he typically has no need to go anywhere else. Which of course means that if he does have a need to go somewhere else, he will. Of course, in this particular case he only knows because I informed him when I found you, as he ordered me to. I guess he's actually taken a rare interest in you. We can't get away from him. Oh no. So, you are the sole god of this world. The one they say absorbed every other divinity in India. So, you are a god too? But you are a tiny, insignificant one. Shut up. You are nothing but a shadow of a once great hero. Don't you dare compare me to your stolen divinities. Your insolence is unforgivable. Now release every god you have within you. Immediately. I couldn't agree more. I'm sure you have a divinity linked to this world, Caesar. I'm not letting you get away. Okay, but maybe you could not let him get away later? Haven't I told you guys you don't stand a chance against him yet? In fact, I'm pretty sure we told you to get out of there. Did you not hear us or something? Oh, we heard you just fine, but it's not that simple. I don't think we can avoid combat at this point. Let's find our chance and get out of here. Yes, Master. We can't let our mission end here. Awaiting your orders. Alright, I guess we're killing Arjuna here. I'm sure that's gonna happen slightly past the halfway point of the story. Yeah, that just did nothing. Super Unified Divinity. And Law of the Deceased. Why is that here? My man does not seem to be particularly dead. Except maybe dead on the inside. But yeah, I don't think this fight actually matters in the least. Because the fight looks something like this. 0 damage. 0 damage. 0 damage. 0 damage. Whoops. And he's not even fighting back, he's just kind of standing there, menacingly. Oh. There's really nothing whose effects is there. Where does he get the buffs from? Field? I don't think that's right. No, I guess, yeah. Unless those are just passives that are there to begin with. That's not even an NP. Alright, we've died. Perfect. And the fight ends. Okay, yeah, here they are. Okay, so I'm looking at this and this is actually kind of hilarious how overkill this is. 100% special defense up, which means that you literally just can't damage him. But even if you could, he also has a damage cut of 1 million. So, if you somehow were able to ignore the special defense up, you'd have to deal a million damage to even do anything. Yeah, no, that's never happening. Whoops. Anyway, I already knew that was the case. I blink out of sheer boredom. In the infinitesimal span of that blink, I had a dream. How unusual. It was a dream about a foolish war. A war that started for laughable reasons, persisted in absurdity, and ended in trivialities. There is something there. Something within my memories fighting alongside my beloved friends and brothers. Wanting nothing more than to grant their wishes, my arrows find their way into every one of our hated enemies. I fought earnestly, with no shame, proud to be counted among my brother's ranks. But even so, something nagged at me deep within my heart. Something dark and wriggling. As I grow bored of even that, I open my eyes. Once the darkness fades away, I forget that I ever dreamed at all. God has no need of dreams. Autonax output, it's dropping. System's overloading. Wait, please, I'm not done for you. You bastard. I can't afford to lose. If I can't protect Rinko and your companions, then who? Oh man, I guess I wasn't good enough after all. Even though Karno asked me to take over for him, I just can't. Damn it, I guess I failed. Yet again. Well, was this a satisfying diversion? No, I am just disappointed. These people survived my reconstruction. I thought maybe they were special. But they were not worth verifying. Although, what did I verify? I feel no need to understand. Hey, first you had me call you. Now you're just up and leaving? What do you want me to do with them? I no longer care. Messing things up and capriciously leaving as soon as he gets bored, huh? He's a god, alright. Guess this means I can do whatever I want with them. At least he didn't obliterate them with a divine punishment. Okay then. Let's hurry up and end this already, so I can get back to my research. Hey! Are you serious? None of you can even move? Hey. I guess there wasn't any point in choosing after all. I knew it was a hopeless dead end. Thanks to my Rojinzu, the only powers I was born with, I couldn't help but be enlightened about that. So I never needed to lie to myself. I don't even need to remember when it began. Because I always knew from the start. My life has no value. I'm just a pitiful jester, born to a pitiful world. So then, why did I make that choice? Why was I holding on so hard? Right, of course. It's because if I die here and now, then if nothing else, these feelings won't have been worthless, and they won't be erased. In that case, maybe this is an end I can accept. Alright, how we gonna get okay. I was gonna say how we gonna get bailed out of this one. What the? My specimen! I'm surprised this place turned out to be a land of the dead. Did I just pick an odd time to visit? Ah, well, David is here. What in the world? What are you doing here, David? Good question. What are you doing here? Tell me more. Alright, one more chapter to go and then I think... Well, chapter, part, node. I think we're gonna do this and after that I'll be done. That'll be a decent amount. David? David Sam Void. The crypto with the most talent of them all? I thought he was off racing another lost belt. And what's that? Is that a servant? The miasma around them is too strong for us to properly observe them, but I was just able to get an idea of their scale. That's a grand servant. There's no doubt about it. David somehow formed a contract with a grand servant. What's this about? Who are you, and what is... They just get turned into ash. Yama, also known as Yama 10. Passing judgment on the dead. What a joke. Death is meant to be eaten. Life is meant to be sacrificed. Giving the dead freedom would never pass in my world. So I consumed them, but they taste terrible. It proves they haven't been eating anything decent. Try to stay behind me. Remember, this isn't your land. Didn't anyone ever teach you not to drink the tap water when you travel? No. Absolutely no one has ever taught me to not drink tap water when they travel, because I live in a civilized country where tap water is in fact fine to drink. God, that's such a weird concept. Just, oh, you can't drink tap water, so you need to buy water. Like, get the fuck out of here. Good point, I'll be more careful. Besides, we didn't come here for the food. David. He's not even looking this way. Why are you here? How are you here? You can't just show up and surprise me like this. I didn't have any time to prepare, my hair is a mess. Oh gosh, you've got to give me some warning. Should I have waited? You look like you were in trouble, so I thought I would help. I mean, don't get me wrong, you definitely saved my life and I appreciate it. But seriously, what are you doing here in India? I came because of the way you were behaving at our last meeting. I wasn't sure if it was because things were going well or poorly for you, but I found it strange that you didn't say anything about how things were going in your lost belt. We may have an agreement not to interfere with each other's lost belts, but there are no rules against making personal contact. I acted on intuition rather than logic, and then only because I consider you a friend. Was I out of line? Oh no, not at all. It's just, this is a lost belt, you know. You can't just walk in and out of them, right? We can't, no. But fortunately, we know someone who can. Hello. Whether it's kidnapping, assassinations, or coup d'etats, NFF Services is ready and waiting to assist. That said, I was preoccupied with my own affairs, so I was hoping to avoid answering any sudden business calls for a while. But you know, there aren't many people like David around, right? So I thought it would be worthwhile to have him owe me a little favor, without the foreign card getting in the way. Koyanskaya. Well, if it isn't Rinko, not so long time no see. Oh, don't worry, I'm doing my best to torment the humans here just as much as you'd expect. But until Arjuna gets at least a little farther away from here, I can't really have as much fun as I'd like. Let's just say I don't want to draw too much of his attention right now by doing as I please. So in the meantime, just think of me as a beautiful tour conductor, keeping a silent but watchful eye on her group of students on a field trip, and don't pay me any mind. Heart. While I was at it, I thought this would be a good chance to ascertain the extent of this woman's abilities. They did not come cheap, but you needn't worry about that. Anyway, what happened to you? Your contracted servant is nowhere to be seen and you're fighting alongside your enemy. It was worth the few minutes it took to see this for myself, but I can't imagine how you got to this point. It's because I can't go along with this god, the core of this Indian lost belt, or the way he does things. But I couldn't criticize him in front of Kirsharia since one of the foreign god's alter ego disciples is involved. Why can't you go along with him? His way of doing things may be unusual, but his logic appears sound. I guess it's a matter of taste. Lifestyle, aesthetics, principles, that sort of thing. I guess, to put it another way, it's because of who I am. So you haven't turned your back on the cryptos then? In that case, there's no problem. Of course not, I would never abandon you guys. But I can't abandon these kids either. Now that things have come to this, I'm planning on helping them out until this is over, one way or the other. That shouldn't be a problem, right? I see. You're a good man, Yurenji. You really know how to take care of people. Eh? Yurenji? Can you defeat this god? You're already moving past it like it never happened. Anyway, I'm trying, but honestly it's a real challenge. I mean, he's pretty much a perfect being. I don't suppose you have any advice for me, do you? So you're up against a perfect god, huh? No, I don't have any advice. The more godlike a god is, the stronger they are. It's pointless to even try to fight a perfected god. Tell me something I don't know. You should change your plan of attack. You can't take something away from someone who has nothing. But you can always take something away from someone who has everything. Ah. So, you're saying I should try to slow him down? I have to go now. Guess we didn't have time to celebrate our reunion. Don't tell Vodam about this. I may not have violated the agreement, but it still doesn't look good. Oh, are you headed back now? Thank you for traveling with NFF Heart. Okay everyone, I hope you don't mind if we step out for now. Don't worry, I'll be coming back very shortly. Did he just look at me right before he left? I don't know, but I think David seems like a pretty decent guy. All around. Priced on a cracker. Between the other crypto and that mink showing up out of nowhere, it's been one thing after another. Never mind that now. You there, field team. I trust you can move now? Of course, that brought us more than enough time to get out of that predicament. Master, Arjuna has left, there are fewer dead now, and the crypto is gone. And we even have an idea of Pepe's real name now. Oh? I don't know what you're talking about. In fact, just forget you heard anything. We have bigger fish to fry right now. I feel much better. There's just something about a sudden stroke of luck that puts you in a good mood. Alrighty, let's strike back while the iron is hot. A sudden stroke of luck, huh? I just hope it's not a prelude to a greater stroke of bad luck. Either way, it looks like I'll have to put it out of my mind for now. Autonax load reduction sequence successful. Output has restabilized. Asclepius appears to still be reeling from David's surprise attack. Now's your chance, Master. This shouldn't be the final Asclepius fight, I don't think. So I think I'm not going to treat this as that. Yeah. Alright, so for the time being, just going to have a repeat performance, honestly. I think this strat worked perfectly fine. So let's do it again. I mean, it's pretty much the exact same goddamn fight again, so who cares? Okay, not sure why my animation speed was down, but sure. Let's just go full buffs and assume that it will take me long enough here to clean up. Okay. Oh wow, that wasn't even enough. Ooh. Okay, that's actually perfectly fine. For goddamn once. Okay, all of my buffs are gone. That's fine. Okis and bees ready to go. Good, good. And now I'm remembering why this was a bad plan. Okay, that's helpful. Now I remember why this was a bad plan. Because... I'm a moron. And I completely forgot that having two assassins fighting a boss that is in fact not something that's not a caster is the worst possible matchup. Let's see here, what do we have for this one? Let's see. Okay, so it's a double defense down. And somehow I am confused by where this attack buff came from. I didn't have... Oh wait, no, I'm stupid. Ignore me. God knows I try to do that every day. I try to ignore myself every single day. Alright, God, this is just not too bad. Yeah, of course the buff came from Queens, also known as Osagara Hime. Right, let's get another round of those buffs going here. And going to lose the buffs anyway, so I might as well go with this turn while I still can. Right, that's the first part gone. Sound of Apollo, huh? Kind of dangerous, I guess. My hand is absolute garbage again. Let me do that. Let's get rid of the Deadest of Souls. Doesn't seem like Asclepius actually summons more. There it is. Okay, never mind. I can pop this already. That'll be fine. I guess I can play defensively here. What exactly is gonna be the punish? And another Brave Chain. Ooh, that's not a lot of damage. This is gonna take a hot minute. But basically without any buffs. Without like any buffs, Lakshmi got like 40% back from like a Buster NP quick chain, I guess. That's pretty beefy. And this will give me even more. I don't particularly care about Asclepius healing the trash mobs. Not very relevant to my interests. But also I'm about to have some decent buffs here to clean up, so... This is kind of dubious, but I'm actually gonna put this on her already so I can generate even more stars. I think this is like overkill and a complete waste. But I'm still doing it because I don't think it really matters. Oh, right, that would happen. That's unfortunate. Wow, Asclepius just does not deal damage himself. So having an assassins here really doesn't matter except for my own damage output. Which is a special kind of miserable. What if I do it like this, actually? Get rid of that dead soul that's getting a bit too close to him being. Yeah, unfortunately the buff chance up buff is no longer active, so it's gonna take 4 turns though, so I'm just gonna pop Imperial Privilege here and hope for some good stuff. Finally, I don't have a massive amount of stars while having a Lakshmi by hand here, so I can use that. And that's enough. Alright, does the fight end? No. There we go. I hope that's enough. Alright, done. Now I just need to get through the story and I can call it a night. Damn it, can a doctor really accept his death at the hands of a violent patient? No, definitely not. Whoop. Asclepius is making an escape. I'd prefer not to let him get away given how he's our current priority target. Can you go after him? No way, I'm so exhausted I can barely move as it is. We still haven't recovered from the wounds Arjuna inflicted on us. We'll just have to call this one a draw. Good grief, now that the battle is over, I expect the townspeople will come out of hiding soon. See, this is what I was saying. Nesha was supposed to absolutely wipe the floor with us. And they were like, oh, the others must be as powerful. But no, because this guy is a doctor. He is not fighting. So, exhausted, we just kind of went in and slammed his face in. It would be a lot of trouble to explain what just happened to them. I say we leave now. Sounds good to me. Why don't we head back to your walled village? Dival was it? And plan our next course of action on the way. You seem awfully pleased about all this. Do I? I didn't think I was acting any different than usual. You're definitely pleased, Murenji. What? Don't. Okay, you win. If you want to know about that stuff so badly, I'll tell you on the way. Let's just leave before the local starts throwing stones at us for assaulting an agent of God or something. You okay, Mash? Oh, yes, I'm fine. Well, not fine, I'm just as exhausted and hurt as everyone else is. I was just thinking about something else. Now that we've faced Arjuna directly, it's clear just how overwhelmingly powerful he is. And not just as a lone fighter. I could tell he was on a completely different scale, almost like he was competing with the ground itself to see who was stronger. Oh, but please don't misunderstand me, Master. I'm not about to give up by any means. I'm just saying, analytically speaking, that Arjuna is undoubtedly the most powerful god in this world. And the more I think about how we could hold our own against him, the more I come up blank. Even if we succeed at defeating the Lokapala and reducing his power, would it really make any difference? Oh! Don't worry, we'll figure something out. I know, I read the script. Yes, you're right. I'm sure it'll be fine. Okay, Master, shall we start heading back? Our first order of business? Get Pepe to tell us his full name. Not you too, Mashi! What do I get for this? I get 3 serpent shields which are completely goddamn useless. But, I think that's about it. We've once again succeeded in doing 4 chapters? Yeah. So I'm still keeping up on the pace that I'm supposed to be keeping up with. Before we end, I guess I'm going to accidentally roll 110 roll at the potential addition of Lakshmi Bai, who has been carrying me for the last 2 fights because I'm an idiot. I should not be spending any forces on rolling, and I definitely am not, but if I slightly slip, I guess that's fine. Whoops. This better be good. Gotten Gabla. Five-star Kirei. Not ideal. That could have been another case scope instead. Potion of Youth. Roma. Third William Tell. Nope, Uruale. Thanks, I hate it. Prisma Cosmos, that's not awful, but it's it could have been a case go. Never going to stop complaining about that. Every single time I see a non-raid up 5-star CE, I am going to say that it could have been case scope or something else. Maybe Child of Atlas or something. Day After, is that the new 3-star CE? It is. Yeah, I got something new. Imaginary elements. I guess I could say that it could have been Latholia. But I don't actually care that much. Within the moon's imaginary world, there are people who live their daily lives. As the anticipated evening arrives, two girls exchange trivial but pleasant conversation. One acts in a childish way, while the other seems a bit annoyed. Yet both seem to be engaged happily. It's as if they had been itching to talk to each other for the longest time. Don't know enough about Extra to say anything of value about that, but I do see glasses, which is always a plus in my book. Anyways, now that I haven't rolled a gacha, because I would never do such thing, I guess we're done. As has been the case for several days so far, I'm going to be back tomorrow at the same time, which is somewhere around 6 PM in Finland hours. I don't even know what time zone that is because I'm an idiot, so that's not very helpful. But you know, that's not my problem. Just be there, I guess. And yeah, no gachas were done. Yeah, it's GMT +2, I suppose. Yeah, fair. Thanks. This is why you're here, to cover for my stupidity. But yeah, anyways, I'll be back tomorrow. 6 PM on GMT +2, so huzzah!